Welcome to our increasingly regular maker feature that we've been doing starting in March, actually, just going through some of the makers on my personal list as well as some other codes that we've amassed over quite a long scale. And so, as usual, we're going to take the opportunity to show off a few things that you wouldn't ordinarily get in something like an endless stream, in which we might not have time for on a viewer level stream, or to feature makers that have not been able to show up lately due to the absolutely batty schedule that we run from time to time. And today we'll be looking at Lektor, partly to somewhat belatedly mark April Fool's Day, which I think is going to be quite appropriate, given our experience with Lektor's sense of wackiness when it comes to some of his level designs. So Lektor does have a super world that was dated May 2020, but we're not going to be running a world today, partly because there is going to be some redundancy with content was shown on the stream before, and also because I want to enjoy some of the cover art and descriptions in their full glory. So without further ado, let's take a look at Goomrat's Bemusement Park, which is tagged for multiplayer versus, but which may or may not be playable for us anyway. Tagged for multiplayer versus, but dated from really the first week of the game back in July 2019, before anybody knew how multiplayer versus would turn out. So let's hurry through to Turnstile before the safety inspector arrives. Okay. Yeah. At least that will give us a sense of how high the poison level is going to be rising today. Might as well poke around a little bit more. Checkpoint once we come out of the subworld, it seems. But for the time being, looks like it's going to be a vertical climb over... Well, I mean, it's not the safest kind of Ferris wheel, but it's not really a wheel exactly, but it's kind of like some of those thrill rides that you see if you are past a certain height at Disneyland or California Adventure. We'll be quite seasick by the end of it. I mean, I suppose the Wigglers can be a little bit deadly as well as the Goomrats up top tried to hijack this thing. So yeah, you can sort of imagine how this would go in multiplayer, in fact. But we'll just leave that to the imagination, and in the meantime try to do something about this. I guess all roads really do lead to this timed thwomp setup here, and there's a very gracefully placed checkpoint on this side, which, if you decided to go up the left side instead, might not be so advantageous, but I guess given the placement of the claws and the platform, you're kind of expected to come up here, so let's... Oh, wasn't really thinking about the thwomp being triggered there, and that might have required a bit more care on my part. Let's go for that mushroom before we proceed any further. And we'll just take one at a time, instead of spending them all at once, and take advantage of the fact that this track is just going to go right to left, left to right, and take us all the way up to a skewer that we're not ready to jump over. There we are. See, that wasn't so bad. Of course we're going for the 30 coin because we can. Okay, that could have gone much worse. But the important thing is that it did not, so... Pipe looks like it's the one that's going to take us out to the checkpoint. But in the meantime, let's poke around up here and leave that one alone. Okay, Fire Flower. Another Fire Flower, in fact, just in case we respawn at the checkpoint. And let's see what this is all about. It's about slopes, first of all. And, oh, I see. Okay, we need to maintain height. We're clearly not going to be firing at these much longer. Interestingly, the Goomrats will not survive the rising and falling poison, but the dry bones should. Okay, that's interesting. That I mean, obviously the thwomps are meant to tap these. I'm going to try to kill it. Let's get under here. There we go. Take that, Thwomp. Let's do the other one as well, just for style points. Whoops. Come on. Come on, Thwompy. Nope. Nope, bad idea. Surprisingly tricky to get in position for that. Okay. Maybe that's enough silliness with that particular self-imposed challenge. Down we go. And up we go. And yeah, that was of course a progressive power-up, so no power of fire for us this time around. Yep, I see. You are, of course, meant to tap these. But eventually, we will want to take advantage of all the momentum we can to get over to the claw stack that you see on the right side once the poison is down, so... Looks like this is kind of like a carousel, except of course you're being dragged around by claws rather than riding a suitably painted pony. Actually, it is like those swing rides. Maybe a little less intense in terms of turning radius, but I think we get the general idea. I don't really think it passes the safety inspection, but who are we to judge? Okay, up we go. And nope, that definitely doesn't pass the safety inspection, but we have the bone shell. And we'll put out the lights. Yeah, bone shell is going to let me ride my way over to the bumper section. I am going to have to check afterwards to see how many people did in fact manage to seed this in multiplayer, because this would be interesting to watch in action. Although I think the way the versus meta evolved over time has of course tended towards much shorter racing concepts and the like. But of course this was uploaded in the first week of the game, as I was saying, and before such a meta had emerged. And my sense of that anyway is not really as a player, but just as an occasional spectator. So as a solo experience, I think walking alone into the Bemusement Park under pandemic-like conditions much later when everybody has deserted the place is still a pretty enjoyable experience. So let's take a look at the multiplayer plays, just totally out of curiosity. And yeah, only 10 versus matches on this so far. But of course, it did come in very early in the game. Let's take a look at Kaiju Fitness Club. Eat cities, move, sleep, repeat. All for the sake of preparedness for the latest bout, I suppose, between Godzilla and Kong. You can see in the cover art that the thwomp-headed monstrosity that we see there has very fiddly, flimsy arms, and that's why it's going to lift at the fitness club, presumably. Now, Lektor, as anybody would know from playing Welcome to the Machine in 4YMM, it does have a particular penchant for thwomp-headed giant monstrosities. Anyway, the gym is going to be very dangerously lit, but we'll poke around anyway to see if the entrance reveals anything. And it does not. Okay, looks like all we'll do is go down here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, it's a four-legged chomp monster that is running on a treadmill. So that's very fancy. We'll have to perhaps just pull its tail a little bit. Anybody taking notes for a Breath of the Wild Divine Beast hijacking concept, do take note of this thwomp-headed camel almost that is just sort of bouncing around a treadmill. The idea here is that we should get under the on-off switch so the thwomp comes down and destroys this poor thing who's merely trying to exercise. That is a decapitation, wow. thought this was supposed to be rated PG, but... actually, no, the decapitated thwomp head is... the chomp head, rather, is just going to be downstairs. I see a bit of a vulnerability here in that it is possible to kill the thwomp by tapping the on-off switch when it is overlaying. I was trying to get back down to do that just to see if it would break anything. It does, of course, give you access to the springs, so you can, of course, just take the springs up to the camelback afterwards, and that should not be too much of an issue. But, whoops. Yeah, because it looks like by default it's just going to release the stump, but in that case it actually did collide with the chomp in its extended state, so... Okay, let's kill it. And let's drop the springs. And let's hope that we didn't break too much along the way. It's okay. No, we're fine. We're fine, as long as we don't also destroy the springs by giving some kind of double tap on the way down that just nukes them. So for example, if the thwomp is coming down with the springs on top and you hit the on-off switch to destroy the objects instead, then that might be a bit of a self-inflicted disaster. Okay, up we go then. And it's going to be mushroom, and here is the weightlifting room. Weightlifting some cannons here, which... it's going to be a bit of an uneven seesaw surface, but that's okay. We'll just take it down this way. Of course, we could also jump onto cannonballs. I think that would be maybe a better way to do it, rather than trying to unbalance the seesaw. Oops. We will have to find some way to probably destroy this guy, though. It looks like it might be safe to go downstairs, given all the lifts that are coming back up. But I don't really know that for a fact. Could also be something up top? Nope. Alright, let's go down and see what this is all about. Ah, okay, objects. Looks like the POW will be the way to go, although... I have to see what these guys are all about. Possibly just some kind of breakage? No. However, it would be possible to lift the shell all the way up. No, the tracks don't quite come down far enough to do that. That's right then, we'll just take the POW. And POW goes up. We go up. And we'll just smack this guy. It's another decapitation right there. And okay, going to have a mole. And we're just going to clear our way over to the pipe. The mole, of course, being an increasingly prevalent signature in some of Lektor's later levels, especially after the introduction of the SMB2 mushroom, to give the player the opportunity to chuck that thing every which way. And let's just tap the shells and get them out of the picture. There will be more coming. Now, what kind of exercise is going on here? It is a little bit more lifting, this time from Donut Piranha Head. The idea, of course, will be to take the shell up and bop the Donut Piranha Head. Get him out of the picture once again. Just going to head into this gym and decapitate everybody. One by one. About 100 seconds left. And yeah, we have this guy who kind of has a bit of a mecha look to him, thanks to the red blasters. Yeah, I guess the idea is that we have to hit the on-off switch, maybe by bouncing a shell. Nope. Well, we do have to hit this thing, I think. No, actually. Let's see about this. Because I would have assumed... Oh, maybe we can't do that yet. We have to go... Let's try going down to pipe. No, okay. About 50 seconds. Well, let's see if we know how to do this, because I would have thought the idea is that you, for example, do some kind of shell bounce that hits the on-off switch when the claw has already taken you above. Or, alternatively, you can put a shell in the claw. And when you put a shell in the claw, you don't go upstairs. What you do is you let that release and you try to hit the POWs using the various locations you see here. We have 20 seconds to do this, so this will not be a successful attempt. But we have the general idea. Notice the placement of that right side POW is a bit of quality control. Although I wonder if all of these successive ones are just going to miss then. And the idea is eventually, I think, to take out the Wiggler head. And so we'll just have to time out until we've had a chance to spawn back in. Okay, pop the wall. That's deciding to guard this location. And once again, get into the piranha room. Okay, pop this guy here. And decapitate. And here we go. I guess I could have taken one of the red shells through to this room as well. It wouldn't really have done anything different. I guess shells are just going to be shells. But yeah, I mean, I guess you can kind of have the shells bounce back and forth. Okay, that was a good hit. Practically a snipe. Very lucky, actually. Didn't really plan for that to happen at all. So what kind of benching is going on over here? I'm trying to decipher what this image actually is telling me. I think I'm trying to decide if it's the spike top that is the head of this creature or the Goomba that is the head of this creature. I think the Goomba is just kind of an arm or maybe a leg because it's wearing a boot. But it's doing some kind of lifting anyway, and well, we'll see what is actually holding the key. I see. The thing that is holding the key is the head. And it's going to be this guy. And we'll take the stiletto through with us. And the stiletto isn't going to do much, except perhaps get us above that location, which is surprisingly nothing. And that's okay. We'll just get out of here. Fire flower, okay, we'll see what purpose that's going to serve. Aha! Interesting. Alright. Might as well just bop everything we can. Oh, whoops. Oh, that guy decided to come in and snipe me a little bit late. That's okay. We'll see if we needed to boot for anything else. No, probably not. So that's a clear. Next up we have Oops, All Thwomps. Now, these two levels, we've actually played it in a later version before, because Oops, All Thwomps and Port of Call had special revised editions that were developed in preparation for the upload of Lektor's Superworld shortly after the arrival of the Superworld patch. However, for the sake of completeness, we may as well see them in their original form. So here's Oops, All Thwomps, where the only way through Thwomp Tower is up. So yeah, these were left up despite the presence of revisions that had come in much, much later. And it's been a while since we've shown these off. I do believe that both of these were played on stream here probably almost a year ago. So yeah, this is All Thwomps. And of course I don't remember those well enough in detail to really be making a specific comparison when it comes to what kind of changes may have been made along the way, what kind of quality checks or lock fixes or anything else that might be going on here. But we'll just follow the coin trail on our way up. And really quite a startling exercise in remaining under entity limit. Although oddly reminiscent of some of the castles from Super Mario World onwards. Both in Super Mario World and the new Soup games, in fact. Where you do have a lot of vertical ascents with stone platforms, at least, that are not in Mario Maker, but which are actually kind of analogously implemented here. With the use of the thwomps that are very nearly going to squish me over there. Very nice of that one to wear a parachute, just for safety. I see a second pipe. That's the bottom of the second pipe. Okay, so we won't be seeing that segment just yet. We'll do this little horizontal bit here, and then we'll start whacking everything with hammers. Whoops. Trying to do a kind of an up swipe against that guy, but I guess that's not going to go. Yeah, trying to find some way to, whoops, exploit this. And just sort of dance around in such a way that will allow me to peel off the top layer, but I don't think that's going to happen. Because given the way that the hammer strike goes, you will not actually be able to swipe anything above you like that. Whoops. Should have kept in mind that the thwomp would, in fact, follow me all the way across. But before that, we will grab the hammer and nuke this guy before he pushes us all the way to the end. So yeah, this is actually kind of surprisingly safe all over. Now, what do we have here? We're going to knock this out. We're going to take a star. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. But, of course, that may allow me to bust out of the tower. And that did, in fact, allow me to bust out of the tower. Maybe not with the desired result, but maybe that's best avoided unless we see something else we can do. With the use of a star, it's probably a bad idea to tear down a tower, now that I think about it. We can, of course, head over to this side. And in fact, if we head over to this side, we can kind of do an outside climb without worrying too much about the star, unless, of course, the tower decides to peel itself off like that, which is not going to be advantageous. Wow, we nearly rescued ourselves here. And I say nearly because that went the way it did. Alright, once more into the thwomps. Nope, bad idea. Bad idea. That's the kind of thing we just have to compensate for, I guess. Grab this guy. And let's do just a little bit more punching. Oops. There we are. And up we go. Peeling off the right side once again might not be a good idea. Oh, no, that guy's going to go down. Yeah, that's why it's not a good idea. I was hoping a high jump would get me on top of that, but I mean, I know that's not the standard passage. The standard passage is, in fact, comparatively obvious. But I do want to toy around and try to break this thing from time to time. Partly to avoid the star as well. You know what? Here's an idea. No, that's not the idea. We'll see the idea on the next attempt. I am Builder Mario. I have access to the crates. I can adjust the height of my jumps all I want. So why don't I do that? Because if I decide to bust out the right side, for instance, by letting this guy come down first, watch this. Drop crate. Now we're in business. Now we're in business. Except, of course, I'm outside the tower. And, oh, and the thwomps are going to come down this way. Okay. Oh, nearly rescued that. Once again, I say nearly for a good reason, and they're just going to go all the way off screen. If I had the presence of mind to do a long jump there, I probably could have, in fact, rescued that. But yeah. It's surprisingly difficult to get some of these 3D world mechanics back in muscle memory after playing the actual 3D world, which has different controls for so many little things. So yeah, I did see the target pipe on the left side. And we'll just decide to go around this way, but without launching all of the thwomps, perhaps. Yeah, okay, we'll just nuke it this way. See if we can power our way down. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. Maybe I was, in fact, supposed to grab the star and cut all the way down, but... Yeah, because we came out that pipe. Came out here. And the star has actually disappeared on me. So I think the idea was supposed to be that I take the star and cut through the tower, but I have to cut through it centrally. So yeah, we actually hit the wrong checkpoint there. Let me see if I can do anything using the fact that I have Builder Mario, which I did not earlier in the level. Yeah, because I think that there was this central element to the tower that we could, in fact, come down. Alright, let's get the star and just do this the standard way then. I was hoping to exploit that somehow, but instead we actually reverted to the previous checkpoint. I remember doing this level fairly straightforwardly when I did play the revised edition. Many months ago, I vaguely remember that. But, oh, no, bad idea. Thought I would try that anyway, just to poke around. Yeah, let's just wait for the next pass if we can. Oh no, the thwomps over there are just going to be pushed into a new position, which is fine, in fact, because it makes this slightly easier in some ways. Given that you have thwomps that are facing each other in terms of their direction of travel. So yeah, let's get back into this checkpoint room. Grab the hammer. And of course, if we really wanted to, we could come back here with the hammer, because it does give me a little bit of extra progression. But maybe we should, in fact, do this with the star method. Because if you decided to punch through everything using the hammer but not the star, you can do that from this point in the level anyway, just by going backwards through the pipe. Whether or not that's a smart idea is, of course, very much open to question. Let's just drop. We'll drop down the center. And there we go. That's the bottom pipe we were supposedly aiming for all along. What a cluster over here. Cluster thwomp. Okay. Maybe we should have tried to cut through the stack just to see if we could have uncovered any secrets or bonuses, but given that this was very much a level in just stacking thwomps all the way up to what looked like the entity limit, I think we'll just take that clear and move on. And there is, of course, that 40-second record, 37-second record that I think must have used a bit of breakage here, as we disproved this warning notice that the only way through Thwomp Tower was up. Here's a port of call, the original version, where we will make a midnight smuggle, run down a poison river. Let's take a look. Okay. Pow's come up, and yeah, that's just going to be a kind of decorative element, foreshadowing the level that is to come. And here's a boat. We're on a boat. Looks like the stumps are placed in such a fashion that I should not be able to grab any of the Pows with Yoshi. I kind of wonder if I'm able to swallow an egg. I mean, if I kill one of the Yoshis, I would be able to take an egg, I think, and spit it into some other location, which might not do anything useful. Oops, forgot that those were poison cheeps. Poison cheeps having a bit of a minor difference in interactivity as compared to the fire cheeps. Yeah, one of the things that does in fact sort of switch between a poison and a fire state, I think, when you take them between the respective subworlds. That's a mechanic that I think has no real use whatsoever, but no use that I've seen yet, I should say, because I'm sure something creative can be done with it. So what I'm talking about is when Yoshi is swallowing a poison element as opposed to a fire element. No, that's a bad idea. Should have been washing the boat. And you swap between a castle subworld and a night jungle world that has the poison. And then you can kind of see how poison can be taken into fire and fire can be taken into poison. I think that's how it works. Because of that odd property of Yoshi being able to do a fire breath off of certain spits. Yeah, we should have hit that switch before the collapse of the entire boat. I did not know that was what was going to happen, but hindsight does make it comparatively obvious. It's that the boat is stacked on something that just rams into the on-off column, and because it's stacked on a bunch of POWs to begin with, and that is something that is visible. I should have gotten that. Too late now, though. Not too late. Never too late. Still never too late. Still never too late. Okay, we lost it. That's fine. No, we lost a boat. Tap? Nope. That's okay. Back aboard we go. Got to pass that certification for the Royal Navy. And down. Nope. Yeah, sure, we'll just jump to blooper. And see what we can do with this guy. Okay, there we go. Yeah, bad idea. As we knew previously. Having a fire flower with a fire Yoshi should be fairly useful, though. Given that we now have this shotgun blast. Which will, of course, not survive to blooper, but I should be able to make it over to the other side, and there we go. Yeah. Very fancy jumping here, but that will not give any help whatsoever. Muncher, okay. Well, the boat is going to get docked here anyway. Very entity-intensive stump boat, actually, but the POW getting picked up is going to be useful. Interestingly enough, that does mean, of course, I can hit the POW for the Muncher, but rather than do that right away, we'll just poke around a little bit first and maybe nuke this guy from a distance. Now, of course, I would be interested in seeing if I can take the other POW across, even if we have to mind the poison level just a little bit. Just in case it gives me anything useful. It may, or it may not. And, yeah, poison's just going to come up and give us a bit of a fright, but sure, let's just walk it out. And that's the port of call that we arrived at in the end. Here's Night of the Sneaky Boys. The one-tile spikes do look rather inauspicious, but I guess we should expect some kind of dark level where strange and sneaky things happen at night. So let's see what this is all about. Okay, once again we're going to have one of those signature moles. Yeah, I guess the idea is to take advantage of the thwomp drift that exists in this style. The boo-like thwomp movement that is luckily going to be parachuted. I think we can probably escort him over to do something else for us, like break down the door. Want to probably move this swamp down first. Yeah, interesting that the sideways thwomps have that boo movement on a perpendicular axis. I should have sent the sideways thwomp off to the side first, in fact. Oh, nope. I was trying to jump through that gap, and we were just a little bit slow on that score. So yeah. Once again, the signature mole. You know, I've played a lot of Lektor levels that used mole as a central mechanic, and his very first level that he uploaded, I think, was a bit of a variant on the, by now, very overexplored 10-second speedrun concept that was using moles. But I hadn't realized how much of a presence the moles were outside of the levels where they are kind of the central concept. That they are, in fact, this sort of repeated joke in a lot of these, in a way that I hadn't really paid attention to previously, so... And hey, Cordial Snail, welcome. Hope you're having a very cordial day, or... I don't know what time zone you're in, actually, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but wherever you are, having a very cordial session. Oh, look at that. The bomb drop is going to trap me in here. And we're going to have to do some boo manipulation once again. And possibly some mole manipulation. Yeah, actually. We can do some kind of capture followed by a claw drop that's on top of the P. Now, this was early on in the history of the game before there was such a thing as a E block, although coins used to be used for that measure. And, well, Cordial Snail, as you know, I mean, I suppose it's probably Eastern Daylight by now, but we do run the stream on a schedule where time zones have largely ceased to matter. Okay, we need to figure out how to manipulate some of this movement, I think, using the night theme. And I don't know if I know this interaction. I think maybe we need a claw capture on the Wiggler. But it could be something else going on here that I don't understand just yet. Given that the mole's... now the mole is going to get captured, but yeah, we just needed to wait for that, I guess. And then we do a mole drop down here. And then that allows me to move the thwomp. It does... I was about to say it does potentially kill the thwomp, but thankfully it doesn't, because the switch activation on the P activates a pound that drops to coins early enough that the thwomp does not itself get killed. I need to grab that bouncy mushroom that has been waylaid into that location. And we'll grab the checkpoint. I guess we have to move the thwomp down step by step. I think we do. Just have to escort this thing. A little bit at a time. And yeah, we'll just make it over here and have it activate POW for us. There we go. And the Wigglers are just going to hang around upstairs, very decoratively. Okay. Now, what do we do with this segment here? It looks like there's a series of plants all over the walls, but that we will ultimately... Oh, okay, I see. Chomp is just going to peek around on that side. It's a very hyper-extended night Chomp. I think the idea is that we need to manipulate the vertical position here of the thwomp and probably nuke that guy, such that we open some access to these platforms here. I think we should be able to pull the thwomp back up. It is a kind of patient interaction, but one that I haven't actually seen very often lately. I know that the boo movements on the thwomp were, of course, one of the early things that people played around with when it came to the night theme, but... Okay, we want to activate, but then... Then I want to get on the left side. Okay, that's going to block that off completely. Oh, no. And it's going to project the flower. I was hoping to... Oh, look at this guy. That pipe. Oh, no, that's the entry pipe we came in through. Ah, yes. Okay, the flower is going to float down here now that it bounces all the way off the stump using the kind of deflection property that you see in the night theme, where power-ups get repelled away from Mario's location. But yeah, it's true that even with a lot of puzzles that I played, I haven't really seen the night swamp interaction in a long time, it seems. Far too long. Let's not go for the 50 coin this time. This really does look like a POW waiting to happen. But I guess not. Just going to enforce a bit of an on-off state. We'll have to be very thorough about this. And here we are. We're going to have a swamp interaction where we want it all the way down to the bottom. And am I within range? I should be, yeah. Okay. We don't want it to activate twice, of course. And we'll just take the 30 coin. And that will be it. So yeah, definitely still working our way through the cluster of the early content, but you can gradually see a lot of Lektor's favorite elements start to take shape as we advance into some of the later levels. So thank you for the GG, Cordial Snail. Now let's come on down to Poison Town. The inhabitants of Poison Town love to receive and give, in that order. Well, we'll see what kind of gift exchange awaits us here in the SMB3 style. Okay, it totally is a poison town. It's very much submerged. You can see one of the inhabitants kind of poke his head over here, which isn't really going to be safe to jump on. I think it's decorative more than anything, but this place is absolutely flooded. Sort of like Venice with fewer tourists. But okay, P-Switch is just going to activate, and these guys are going to come up and play. Alright. So, where does the gift exchange ritual with the locals take place? Guess we'll have to find that out. Poison level is just going to remain intact, though. I might be the first person to ever solve that level. I doubt it, given that I'm far from the first clear. Unless you're talking about a different solution. I have been the first person to solve a number of different puzzles in the past, but usually because the playtesters send them to me first. I guess the implication here is that I should be dropping this thing, and that some kind of secret interaction happens. Obviously, you can, I think, theoretically lock yourself by just tossing a spring into the middle of nowhere. Oh, there you go. That's what the gift exchange does. I wonder if it's possible to get across this gap another way. Icicle is going to do something. And yeah, I guess it activated a switch that probably went two-way like this. I was thinking that if something like an on-off blocked the dry bones, maybe we could walk it over and kill it, but no, we can't because of this ground column here, so that would stop it in its tracks. So yeah, Cordial Snail, as far as solving levels goes, it's kind of true that I've had some of those puzzle streams in the past where as soon as I log off, very soon after I just think of the solution, after staring at things for an hour on stream. And that was the case with one of the escape rooms we demonstrated earlier in the week. This will not be it. We need to do the gift giving. What happens if I just destroy this? Or toss it into the middle of nowhere? Okay, it is destroyed somehow. It does sink out of the way, so Obviously, we don't know what the setup down below is, but yeah, it looks like the tracks are decorated with a yay just to encourage you to do this little interaction, whatever it is. Okay, on-off switch. No, or rather P-switch is doing something. Ah, it's giving me a bone shell. Bone shell allows me to hit the switch over here, which I'm guessing will give me the way up. Okay, I wasn't expecting stumps, but we'll take it. Yeah, and I guess we do have to abandon this. And here we are. Okay. Yeah, that's just going to be the icicles doing the raindrop effect from outside of my activation range. Very popular aesthetic trick from the early days of Maker 2. I mean, we still see it around, of course, but I think for very aesthetically minded makers early on, that was a discovery that just drove them wild. Okay, we have to be careful with the seesaw here. Did not expect that to happen, but look at this very entity-heavy stump setup. With that double row of stumps on the bottom. Yeah, sure, we can drop this guy. I was hoping to get out of his way. Instead, he decided to put his foot down on that. Anyway, seems like we activated some kind of thwomp somewhere. The idea eventually will be to activate the P-switches on the right side so we can get on top of the jump blocks. I think I just need to run under. Yeah. And gradually lead the guy over. Using the seesaws to my advantage such that he is in fact able to get over here. I wonder if this will be far enough. Yeah, it should be. Okay. Up we go. Up we go. I wonder if this will reach if we don't just interact with the seesaw. Okay, there we go. Once it's closer to the center. I mean, we can do the P-switch here while the... Oh, I was hoping to do it while the dry bones was on top of that. Yeah, because no, the dry bones has to be on top during the P-switch activation, because what happens is that it falls on top of the jump blocks. And then that will drop something like a bomb that activates the on-off switches. So we'll just do that. Don't think we can make this with any kind of P-jump, so... And we're going to be given something that allows me to get over. Okay, we get two choices. I'm going to take them both. And I'll take them both by way of... Whoops. First of all, I wonder if I can do this. Whether something interesting will happen. Nope, nothing interesting will happen. Feels like I can get within icicle range if I jump off the bone shell. Yes, I can. Bad idea. Let's not do that. No secret up there anyway, by the looks of it. Hoping. Oh, nope. Lost a bone shell. Hopefully we don't need it in this segment here. As the 30 coin is just smoking out of that chimney. Wow, that was very precisely targeted. So, hello, Lektor dude. Hope you are doing well. So yeah, Lektor dude, we're having a sort of an April Fool's special, and if you're not doing troll levels for April Fools, well, there are other kinds of comedy in this game, and we're happy to show this off in a bit of a retrospective. So, Lektor dude, hope you are doing well on your end. And let's see what we can do here. Yes, once again, we'll just let the dry bones come down. Activate everything. This time we'll take the bone shell, because if I had in fact kept the bone shell, we wouldn't have had that problem we saw just now. In terms of dropping into the one spot in the poison that was kind of inconveniently placed. I wonder if I can just... nope, that's a bad idea. Because of course you're going to cut through the stumps. I couldn't remember if you cut through them all at once with a stump like that. Off the top of my head, but of course you do. Well, that's why we check things like this. Just to be absolutely clear. yesterday kind of broke you. It's kind of examination season for you, isn't it? Unless there's something else challenging that you've been working on. But yeah, I hope that's been okay. Otherwise, unless something else was breaking you, like cramming a bit of Mario 35 like we were doing. I, in the end, did not wind up unlocking everything in Mario 35. I was missing 8.2 and 8.4. My timing was off. But then the service remained kind of alive for everybody who stayed logged into the game for most of today, really. People were still getting full matches, and I was definitely wondering if I should have just stayed a bit longer to see if I could grind it out, but given the uncertainty about whether the service would stay up, I just decided to retire on a win. I just got my final win, and took a screenshot of my very meager statistics, and just decided to bid farewell to it from there. Really hope it comes back in some form, though. We had exams last week. Oh, no pig sound here. That's too bad. Okay. But it was an assignment with some really stupid and unclear exercises. Okay. And you are doing computer science in some form, right? If I recall. Unless this is something totally ancillary to that. Anyway, we went on down to Poison Town. Okay. Given that really delightful pixel art icon, let's take a look at some smack talk. Lektor, of course, was the video art wizard behind the trailers for 4YM 4 Years of Mario Maker project last year. And so I'm not surprised at all in retrospect to look at how gorgeous a lot of the pixel art thumbnails really are. But here, the Mad Lads are ready for you. But are you ready for them? Better bulk up. Looks like 40% of all players were ready for the smack talk, so Boom Boom was not prepared. The big fight. Okay. Can't be that big of a fight. So we see all 5 Boom Booms on a track of stairs. I wonder if we're supposed to race them. No, we're not. Unless there's a scroll break. Ah, yeah, there is a P-switch that breaks the scroll over here. Allows me to grab this. And of course the P-switch, if it expires... Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. I guess we just lost the helmet entirely. Okay, that's too bad. Let's not stand there. Oh, we could have just hit the POW. That's okay, we'll just hit the other POW. Although, maybe... Yeah, I'm just looking at that shell switch activation mechanism here. The idea is that if I raise the seesaw by doing some POW stacking, that will hit question block. So we just need to stand in this location until we get a mushroom. And then eventually we can just hit a POW, I think. But I'm glad we didn't do so prematurely. So yeah, going to hit. There we go. Boom Booms are not on screen at this point anyway, so that will do not much of anything. That's okay, we'll just work our way up to the next step of the fight. Okay. Let's actually do this accurately for once. And see what this is all about. Just gonna be Bone Shell. I think I would rather have the Bone Shell than the Mushroom, so fair trade. Given that you have a repeatable Bone Shell over here, that's just going to bounce its way across... Oh, I see. It's like the force field gate in the Phantom Menace. That's what it reminds me of more than anything. Okay, that's going to spit bombs all day. continue to do so. That's a bad idea. And we'll see if we have a bone shell refresh that allows me to go down to the left side. I suppose that was just kind of a reward for people who do keep the bone shell. Interesting that you need the bone shell in order to grab Big Mushroom. I wonder if I can recover that somehow. Or if I had, in fact, locked myself out. Doubt I would have actually locked myself out. Put in SD. Yeah, because I can just go through the pipe. Okay. Happy on. 5 Boom Boom is going to drop down there, and oh, that's it for them. Not much of a fight, really. But we'll take that. What's this all about? I think it's just a face. Or something. I'm not entirely clear. That's okay, we did not get baited into being killed by that, so that's definitely an auspicious sign. Okay, so we smacked the Boom Booms, and the next stop on our venture is going to be a better mousetrap. Better means more elaborate, right? So here's one for all the engineers in the room. And it's going to be back in 3D World. So yeah, here we go. And yeah, we'll toy around here a bit just to see what's going on. Oh, I guess that is the mousetrap. The idea is that we have to use all kinds of mechanisms to kill Skipsqueaks. Here, the idea will be to kill the Skipsqueak using the track block. The way we'll do it is we'll jump at a certain point when the Hop Chop has made its way over. So the Skipsqueak can land on top of the Hop Chop. And when it lands on top of the Hop Chop, we'll have it come up under the track block. Let's bait the Hop Chop. And I wanted to get on top of the platform, to jump up once more, and then it's going to get squished. Nothing up here, this is just going to be a bit of an aesthetic thing. And we can get out with wall jumps, of course. Interesting series of mousetrap puzzles. I don't think it's possible for me to die, at least just yet. But the idea will be some kind of squish. Oh, using that to reposition the thwomp such that the bullet blaster is going to do the squish. So let's get over into the appropriate location. And that's another mousetrap. Yeah, you can see where the high clear rate is coming from when it comes to... Oh, whoops, that's the previous room. Wait, if that's the previous room... Oh yeah, I still have a key. Okay. Is the bomb going to be within range? Yes, it is. When I jump. And here is a checkpoint. We can swat the right side with the cat. But we'll want to bait the Skipsqueaks into the icicle, possibly using some kind of... I'm just trying to figure out what's going on directionally, because it seems like the top Skipsqueak gets bumped horizontally by the bottom Skipsqueak in a certain position. That might be what the reset doors, if these are reset doors, are trying to do for me. Ah, I see, okay. Now, if reset doors are in that location, I wonder why... I see, because everything unstacks. No jump. Yeah, okay. Everything unstacks, that's why. I do understand it. However, because they're not going to be containing any vines, I'm going to swat the blocks on the right side in advance. Just to see what we can do there. And this should stay down, actually, so... So let's take advantage of no jump. It's probably going to be climbing up the right... no, climbing up the fence, in fact. And then we would need to figure out what to do from there. I assumed that we would have a climb like that. We would not want to jump at that point, but... the idea would be do that, and then what? Because at that point a jump would spoil everything, so... probably some kind of ground pound interaction, perhaps. Let me think about this. Because if we do the climb first... and hello, Merlin. Merlin, hope you're doing well. I don't know if you've heard much about the DGR feature of your level that you told me was supposedly coming. Good luck with that whenever it's happening. Yeah, no jump. Because we need to work my way all the way down to the key door with no jump. Probably using something to do with the cat lunging powers. But the long jump would activate the jump condition. So the question is, then, I'm here in the bottom position, then what am I doing with this puzzle? Because I can climb up here all I want. That doesn't quite solve my problem. Because as soon as you jump, they expand. So, probably I just need to get a good bounce off of this. And when you bounce like that, it does not activate. Bounce platforms do not activate the no jump condition. That's important information, and that's something that I don't think I actually remembered. So I guess we don't play enough 3D World puzzles. And... yeah. Yeah, exactly, Merlin. Not absolutely essential that you catch it live, so... given what a presence there is on YouTube for that. Okay, looks like jumping... I mean, we will ultimately want to kill the skipsqueak, but I'm thinking about what to do with the flying bully. I know that flying bullies match my position, and I know that because I've made levels that use that fact. Oh, the P-switch. Okay, P-switch slows the conveyor belt. If you slow the conveyor belt, then the bomb is able to get all the way down and release the bully. Once it releases the bully, then the bully is able to move up towards the skipsqueak and then bump it. I think that's the idea. Yeah, should be able to do that. And then we can raise the bully. This is one of the only levels I've ever seen other than my own that uses the flying bully, and so kind of neat to see that in action. Of course, we will now have to kill the skipsqueak that way and make our way through. Okay. I mean, shouldn't be too bad here. I don't know where the track block is going, that's very true. Ah, I see. We need to activate this because then we need to position the POW in such a way that eventually we'll get that POW chaining to happen. Yeah, no, I needed to have it pushed into the central position. Because the idea is that you strike POW at a certain location, Yeah, because I need the POW to bounce. Because if the POW bounces, then I can thrust in that location. So let's just get a quick reset on this. It's going to be 20 seconds remaining, so I may not get it on this attempt. Interestingly enough, you can in fact hit the other P switch going into this room. And in fact, because of the way that the bricks will work in 3D World, none of that is going to reset, though. I'm going to lose the timer here, which is unfortunate. You can kind of see where the clear rate would have been deflated, considering this is a depthless level. And yeah, just missed it there, but you can see how that's supposed to happen. That I'm pretty sure that chaining the POW with good timing is the way we are supposed to do this. Okay, once again, going to bounce up here. And that's quickly solved this time around. That's going to be just a P-switch activation. Okay, now we walk the bully over. And up we go. Bump the squeak. Bump it, bump it, bump it. Come on, let's walk the bully over. And then walk everything over once again. We can just use the bully to push the skip squeak, I think. Although, just positioning the skip squeak with my own position works too. Yeah, just having it do a bit of a run. Except, of course, I need to spawn the bomb by standing on the left side, so let's stand in a central location, perhaps, and see if I can walk the bully over. That'd be great. I may need to raise the bully once again. Get it up off the top. Yeah, need to just maneuver it slightly upwards. And then walk the skip squeak over such that the bomb will do its job. There we go, there we go. Very fancy. Okay. Same idea as before. POWs are going to respawn infinitely from the pipes, so we'll just do this. Give it a push. Give it a push. Use the P-switch to raise this POW. Should be able to just get it from here. Okay, there we go. And the poor skip squeaks are all going to die. Okay, that's another one down. And thank you for the GG. Mario Paint. Now, Mario Paint, of course, is in many ways the original inspiration for Mario Maker. Mario Maker often felt like a long-delayed sequel to the original game, which is in some ways burnt into the memory of anybody who played it at the time, although, of course, now a lot of those Mario Paint elements have been steadily dropping out, like the Fly Swatter game and all that, but we do still have Undo Dog, at least. But this level is for everyone who remembers struggling with the world's worst mousepad. There's also music involved. This reminds me, by the way, of something that I had been talking about a couple of streams ago, which is that it's very odd to me that I haven't seen a level that just blows up a title screen and plays Tataka's song. Maybe this level will do it. But anyway, it's a blank white opening screen. And I was hoping to just bombard this somehow, because yeah, the idea behind the concept is that, you know, we have so many people who just upload rip-offs of the title screen in Super Mario Maker anyway. that naturally the throwback would be to just blowing it all up like we did in Mario Paint back in the day, which I think for many players of that generation was their first introduction to Utaka's song. And yeah, it looks like we have this palette here to work with, and that we want to gradually reset our way through the doors, because whenever you hit winged blocks, they respawn in their original spawning position, which is a puzzle mechanic we've seen many times in the past. So if you just hit as many of these as you can, gradually you can just fill this in. Kind of want to be a little bit compulsive about this and just tap everything. That's a yay. I wonder if that's a yay because that block specifically gives me an important position. But yeah, let's just paint the whole thing because we can. And then move up here as well. Don't know if there's anything dead center. It does not appear so. Anyway. And yeah, it looks like we have the whole palette up there. Going to be mushroom question. Donut block, etc. Just very much the interface that we would have used back in the day to draw smiley faces all over. And yeah, once again, it's going to collect all the various coins here and pop our way through. I'm trying to remember what this would be representing, because it escapes me at the moment. I feel like it's something that I would remember. It might be something that strikes me after the fact in terms of what that particular picture is representing. Yay! And okay, that's gonna drop all kinds of things here. Ah, yes, okay, now this is just a fire flower. Yeah, because I see what's going on here. We're using a successive series of tools. Let me go back to the previous rooms and I'll show you. Whoops. Oh, that was a sort of interesting interaction there. I don't know if I could have actually blown anything up useful with it, but yeah, you see, we kind of use the initial tools to just paint a little bit of the outline here. And I wonder if there's anything, whoops, I keep grabbing that bomb. Anything that kind of shows us the tool selection specifically. Because, yeah, we select all of these elements here. And we put things all together. And we create the fire flower using the vine of the appropriate length. Now, what do we have here? Oh, this, of course, is the fly swatter game. And very appropriate to have the cat's paw here as the closest approximation to tapping everything with a touchscreen. Of course, cat's paw effect was precisely what was used in Super Mario Maker 1. As the on-screen display for when you were manipulating everything with the gamepad instead. And of course, this is just one of the demo tracks that's out of the box in the music editor. Yep, that's the way we remember it. And here we go. And oh, I got squished. Okay, I see. I died to the auto scroll. I don't remember dying to the auto scroll in Mario Paint, but you know, maybe that's just a representative of our occasionally questionable mouse control. Let's go back and see. We will not be able to respawn power up, I don't think, but I may just once again have to die to Mario Paint. To the fly swatter minigame. surprisingly accurate representation, in fact. Apart from, of course, having the crutch of the fire flower here. But yeah. Still have that plastic mouse pad that came with Mario Paint sitting around somewhere. I don't think I have the mouse anymore. Or if I do, it's deep in storage, but... we can, of course, yeah, just jump out of the track here, but the auto-scroll is going to keep the music under control. Let's maybe just ride it out as intended, just to avoid some of the issues we had earlier. Okay, that's going to drop you into this position here, and we will, at this point, run around up top for a bit and then save our progress. So, thank you for the GG. Oh, I was actually reading the previous GG. Okay, that's fine. That's close enough. But that's okay, because we'll move on to It's a Swamp Thing. And yeah, Merlin, the Lektor has a whole bunch of very aesthetic throwback levels that are kind of like that. One that I had shown off on the stream before, many months ago, was one that was Mario revisits his GeoCities. So, for those who were just slightly too young for Mario Paint, or those who were kind of old and crotchety enough to have experienced them both, it's really kind of a throwback in general to how we applied ourselves artistically in the way that we do to Mario Maker now, I guess. It's very much in the same spirit. But anyway, it's a Swamp Thing. City folks just don't get it. Okay, so let's see what's going on here this time. I'm going to bounce around and collect coins. Seems pretty straightforward so far, but we have some kind of chaotic activation up top that is just destroying something, so... Probably just the Swamp Thing deciding to get ready to rumble. Okay, boss time. Of sorts. Heading up to the key in our current position is a very bad idea because obviously the seesaw would just squish me immediately. I don't have a way to get out. So I guess we will take the claw and, whoops, try not to bump into the wiggler along the way until we've decided to make this jump up the left in what is, I think, roughly symmetrical layout. Getting up here isn't doing anything for me just yet, but an activation of the on-off switch may eventually give me something useful. Unless, of course, that's just decorative. Yep. On-off switch is, in fact, the way to go. Interesting vine placement here. Okay, that's going to spawn a bunch of fish bones. Oh. Now, the thing about fish bones in the claw is that I do know from experience with somebody's level that you can, of course, jump out of them as long as they are out of the water. Jump on them, rather. But not in their swimming state, which will instantly kill you upon contact. Because, you know, that's just how fish bones work, right? Like, you have to think about it as with water physics in general. You jump on something while it's dry and it does everything that you need. Okay, Star is going to allow me to grab the key and get out. Because I can kill everything there. I can not get pushed too hard by all that stuff, except I won't be able to go out this side now, so... Which is maybe a bit of a problem given fish bones over here. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried that with sea creatures in real life. Like, if you're attacked by a great white shark or something, you don't want to be in the water, but if it's on land, you can make all kind of animal protection activists just very irate if you just, you know, stomp on a shark on dry land and make shark fin soup out of it. Don't try that at home. Sharks are very lovely creatures. Always my favorite part of seeing some aquarium displays, actually. Those really large shark tanks that you can see sometimes in oceanariums. Highly recommended. Anyway. Very graceful creatures. They'll be around when we are long gone, unless of course we just destroyed a whole planet with our reckless dryland shark jumping. What is this? This is something aesthetic. And it looks like another creature, like a carcass of the swamp thing that we had just destroyed, perhaps. I kind of want to go back and inspect this, just to see what exactly is going on here. It did look like... Yeah, you see? It's got a mouth, it's got an eye, it's got piranha plants for teeth. The idea is that we need to destroy this guy now, I think. And we can damage boost through there if we really wanted and tap the on-off switch. But perhaps that would not be quite playing fair. Look at this googly eye with the bomb in there. That's a really lovely touch. Makes everything come alive. Yeah, I guess if we swim down there, we can do something with that Buzzy Beetle in terms of dropping it. If we drop the Buzzy Beetle, then we're in decent shape. Except, of course, it's not going to go any further. Oh, whoops. Went a little too low to compensate for the Cheep Cheep. The bones are in water. It's just painful. Yes, exactly, Merlin. That's exactly how it works. Oops. Anyway, up we go. Back to fight this creature. We no longer have much room for a potentially cheesy damage boost through the piranha plants. But maybe that's what that seesaw tongue is going to enforce. I haven't really checked the claw up here, or really much of the segment beyond. But that's actually the end of this area. So. Oh, up here we have a fire flower, okay. Fire flower would of course get us through. And then I'm wondering now about that Buzzy Beetle. Maybe that's just a decorative Buzzy Beetle. In which case, it's like a stegosaur brain. Because don't stegosaurs have that second neural node that is kind of around our hips? Isn't that how that works? This is of course not a stegosaur, where it would be bereft of all its plates. But I think, you know, biologically that's just how I imagine that working. I can swim under the one way. Good question. I didn't think so. We can, of course, try that, having just entered this segment here. Yeah, of course we can, okay. Right, because the whole idea is that I would be able to bump the Buzzy if I really wanted. I think maybe that was not intended. Because it seems the one-way was strategically placed there precisely to prevent that from happening. The on-off switch, meanwhile, gives me access to the key door, so we do eventually have to activate the on-off switch anyway. And I think the intended path is to take the fire flower to do that job for us. You know, because the piranha plant effectively works like a bit of a toothbrush here. Clearing all the plants, kind of like a mouthwash, I guess, a fiery mouthwash. That's going to clear all the plants off the tongue. Okay. Here we go. Whoops. And here we are. Okay, that was a very fancy landing. Did not expect that to go so well. Alright, for once, going to grab the fire flower, not get squished by the muncher. And yeah, I guess, I mean, we can grab the key. Now that I look at it, that is the only way we should be grabbing the key, is by swimming under, so maybe that is intended. Unless the idea is to have a bomb break on that or something. But we should be able to bump the shell such that... Bump the shell, there we go. Oh, and it just stays in place. And I let go too soon. Yeah, I guess I should have thought about that conveyor as repositioning the shell. Maybe that buzzy shell is just a kidney stone or something. I don't know, it might mostly be serving a decorative purpose. As most things do, like you can see the big bomb is kind of there in the gullet. And I think there is some implication that you had to bomb your way out, given... Yeah, no, I think I know what's going on with the one-way panel. That's supposed to be exit only. You're supposed to bomb your way out of the belly of the beast. Because if you're coming in left or right, the idea is that you shoot the bomb with the fire flower, assuming you've kept the fire flower up to that point. Or just jump on a bomb, and then you can bomb your way out and come out this way. The claws here are obviously just supposed to be the creature's little alligator legs. And when you bomb your way out, that's supposed to reveal the key. So. And hey, K2 Hegemon, welcome. And yeah, Merlin, you just said that, okay. Sometimes I come up with something just as somebody says it in chat, and it sounds very much like I'm just taking credit for your idea, but... that's okay. We'll just have to, you know, kind of imagine that we just had the same sort of thought and expressed it in different ways, like the church-cheering thesis or something. Where, you know, you did it one way with lambda calculus, and I did it my way with computable numbers, but we arrived at the same conclusion. And, okay. There we go. I'm going to block his barfing. Ah, I see. When you block that, then everything just kind of activates. Because of... wait a minute. Bomb was here. Everything was down here. I wonder how the activation was going. I think it was a hidden small bomb or something, right? That. Well, anyway, something activated. I couldn't quite see what. But yeah, we're going to give it a stomachache. And just rip our way out of the belly. Which does not seem healthy. And pop our way back out. And okay, here's another beast. Another swamp thing. This time with boss music. You have to admire the work on some of the eyes. This eye... like, all of the eyes are mobile in some way, as you could see with the Abominant track in the previous one. And oh, Wiggler spawn, okay. Fire will do nothing to this guy. I don't think. Because Wigglers are just that tough. Can't set them on fire underwater like you can with so many other things in Mario physics. Looks like the semi-solid should allow me to enter... oh no. That's just where it spits out Wigglers. We ultimately want to go for the on-off switch, and then the POW will unblock the Muncher. Looks like the idea is to maybe get away through its neck. Ah, yeah, P-switch. There we go. I noticed that P-switch much earlier, but... whoops. Yeah, we need to bump P-switch. Because, of course, this is SMB1. And bumping the P-switch from below, perhaps, just by dropping below it, will allow me to stomp on it, and then stomping on a P-switch will do what for me? We'll find out. Might be some kind of auto-activation. No, it's going to be the track over here. And we'll just follow it up in case that does anything interesting for me. Ah, yeah, it's just going to do everything for me, actually. By casting out the power from the back of its head, and then we pop this, kill the muncher, get a big mushroom. Big mushroom is going to allow me to bust through this guy's neck, which is maybe not healthy. I'm going to punch him through the neck, just going to go for the jugular in a very literal sense. And we want to retain this in the off state, and perhaps keep my big state for as long as we're able to do so. I don't know if the big state can do anything with the Wiggler underwater, and I don't think so, and I'm not about to find out. Oh, Goomba looks like it's going to be the final boss. Alright, final boss. We'll have a word with you. And I am, of course, going to check the door. I cannot resist checking the door, so... Okay, no, that was just a decorative door. I think. Am I stuck? I think I actually was not supposed to go over the flagpole there. That was not something I was permitted to do, but you can see a number of people died there as well, so... I guess that's what happens when you're just a little too adventurous. So yeah, this was a very early level Merlin, so I'm not surprised to occasionally discover stuff like that. Because this was from all the way back in the 1.0 patch. So occasionally these things just happen. And we live with it. Okay, P-switch. Oh, the Wiggler is going to bump the P-switch for me this time, but that's okay because we'll just step on it here. And take a hit, but that's okay because we will have the big mushroom soon enough. And we'll just wait for it to do everything for me here. Just going to immediately go for the POW. Grab the big mushroom. Grab the big mushroom. And punch through the belly once again. Okay, up we go. Punch, punch, punch. Yeah, whoops. Let's get out of here. Interesting that this guy had vines for brains. It was just green on green on green. Alright, let's not be quite so adventurous this time with trying to go over the flag. It was obviously just meant to be a finale where the flagpole takes you through the door for decorative reasons, and the ceiling was just not sufficiently constrained to make that happen. We are through. Well, that was a swamp thing. That was multiple swamp things, actually. Here's a Game Boy Taller. I love that cover image. Interestingly enough, it has that sort of exterior build of later revisions of the Game Boy as it went into the Game Boy Color generation, but the main screen is still the old Game Boy Green. May I recommend Luigi? To keep things faithful, yes, actually we're going to do that, but let me just get in for the first attempt first, perhaps. So I don't have to duck all the way back into my codes afterwards. But we will, in fact, switch to Luigi for the purposes of being green. So, let's switch to Luigi.
Oh yeah.
Or perhaps even Green Mario. And that will kick in with the next attempt, but I'm sure we'll do something very silly that will just take a death for some pointless reason anyway, before we even enter the console appropriately. Ah, look at these. Very unergonomically placed A and B buttons. Oh, okay, no, these are semi-solids. You know, it's kind of funny that even though I know my Mario Maker artwork, I was still reading this as a hard collision because I was actually still thinking about this thing as a Game Boy. That's okay. We'll just go through as Mario for the time being. And Merlin, you have a Game Boy with some games lying around. Okay, we can't do it this way. We have to take Luigi.
Oh no!
We're already kind of deep into the green, so... Definitely Luigi. I had the original fat Game Boy. The original build, which really was just a machine I had for Tetris and Dr. Mario. I don't think I played anything else on it, really. I did not catch up on stuff like Super Mario Land or Super Mario Land 2 on original hardware. But I did play tons of Dr. Mario. And of course Tetris was just a thing back then. It's kind of funny because you know the song that is of course the Tetris Music A in the Game Boy original, that is of course based on a fairly well-known Russian folk tune. And so I know various people from Russian backgrounds who know that folk tune for reasons that are completely unrelated to video games, and they have, like, in some cases, no interaction with video games at all. And it's been kind of interesting to have that cultural commonality. Anyway, we do eventually want the bombs to come up. Probably not like that. Munchers were destroyed, and what will I do with that information? I feel like I wanted to punch through this, though. What happens if... Well, I mean, we're kind of reaching the bomb limit here. Really feels like I should be busting through the top. But I don't see how to make that happen at this moment. I wasn't paying attention at all because I was too busy talking about the Tetris music. Let me just come back in here and do this interaction all over again. Yeah, okay, snake blocks kill the munchers. Snake blocks would also ideally squish the bombs, right? Like if we activate, well, not activate so soon, but if we activate some of the bombs and then activate the snake block, nope, snake block goes in that direction. That's completely wrong. Okay, munchers come over here. That doesn't seem to do anything for me yet. Oh, no, I know. I just need to use that location up top where the munchers used to stand to throw a bomb. With good timing. And if I throw a bomb there, the bombs should travel with an arc that still allows me to break open the top blocks. So I've got it. So that's the purpose of clearing out the munchers in the first place, just to create some room in the top left. Okay. Not great timing there, but that is the general idea that I'll be going for. Bombs do retain their charge for long enough, not that long. I need to get on top of the left side quickly. Yeah, the issue I'm having is that I have such a high bounce when I do in fact kick the bombs. Such a high bounce that it takes me a while to get back down to actually activate any of these guys. Okay. Yeah, because I have to go down, hold on for a second, throw, there we go. And we glitched out the Game Boy taller. Which is going to turn into a bit of a Nintendo DS, because now we have this extended second screen here. Just throw the bomb upwards, not in NSMBU, I don't. Anyway, Game Boy is just going to continue going up. Okay, I guess we'll just bounce. I really should have activated some of the snake blocks, otherwise we are just going to be stuck and we'll die to the auto-scroll. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Twirl, 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 twirl. Can I gain enough height? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. No, no, I can't. No, I can't. And I'm just going to glitch out of there. Anyway. Yeah, Merlin, I know you know that stuff from having created so many of these levels yourself. Not Game Boy levels, obviously, but just levels in general, in all styles, in all aesthetics. I don't remember the Game Boy being this floaty, but maybe that's why it was so well suited to block puzzle games. Okay, there we go. Actually fairly well timed if you just do everything in sequence. Look at this green Koopa over here. Anyway, going to do the vertical climb, going to keep this shell for no reason whatsoever. And eventually, I will want to activate snake blocks here. Maybe keeping the shell like this will be useful. Nope, we lost it. Oh, didn't expect this to be one long snake. Anyway, up we go. Checkpoint. Next screen. Next screen is going to be what? I guess it's going to be a series of wall jumps by the looks of it. That's also something we didn't originally do on Game Boys. Kind of interesting how the wall jumps gradually make their way into the series. I mean, they aren't introduced to the 2D series, of course, until the DS. But wall jumps in video games in general. Just the wall jump as a video game idea, I think, is something that takes some time to percolate and has a bit of an interesting history in its own right. I think we were supposed to survive with Yoshi. I'm small now, so that's not good news for a non-precision player. But yeah, I should have gone for some kind of Yoshi dismount on top of a higher spike. Nearly got jumped by the muncher there. Okay, over we go. And what do we got from Yoshi? Alright. Yoshi is not going to make much use of that shell just yet, but oh no. Yeah, that was the right way to go. It's fairly clear, in fact. Of course, you can do some kind of really fancy shell jump, I'm sure, using low gravity to your advantage and using the Yoshi spit to position the shell accordingly, but we are not going to do it that way. Not going to be that acrobatic. Anyway, Yoshi, here we go. I kind of wonder what the Koopa shell is for, if not that, though. And the point of the Koopa is just to be green. Because that's just how this level is going to work. You'll just have green for the sake of green, and anyways, I really should have dismounted more gracefully. Possibly I could have done a soft drop on a Koopa shell somewhere to give myself a jumping off point for later. Yeah, much more of a puzzly interaction than I envisioned, unless I'm missing something really obvious, which is entirely likely. But yeah, it looks like this level is just kind of using every green element in the palette, really. Between the Koopas and the eggs and everything else. And I can totally flutter jump, that's true. Tells you how long it has been since I played much in SMBU. And yeah, because it really has been a while, despite having played some flutter jump specific challenge levels many times in the past. Okay, and we are out the other side of the Game Boy. Obviously, I will poke around here needlessly to see what else can be done. we're just going to miss the flagpole, but this time at least there's no death door past the other side of the flag. Yeah, kind of nice to have just mostly easygoing aesthetic adventures so far. We don't know what lies ahead, of course. And here is no sleep till Brooklyn. I guess I did give Yoshi freedom instead of just taking him with me and having him remain enslaved. Put on the pedal, never ever false metal. And yeah, we'll keep Luigi for the time being, why not? Since we are motivated to make the switch. Of course, if anybody wants to force a change with channel points, you're quite welcome to do so. Okay. Looks like we just need to ride this out and not get chomped by things on either side. Nope, bad idea. Let's not do that. This will be timing based. Of course we're going to check this. Oh no, missed a boat. Okay, never mind. Famous last words. Of course we're going to check this. But as most of you know, that is just how I play, so. And occasionally it makes for good playtesting. Sometimes it just makes for entertainment in its purest form. Okay, this swamp is going to... over there. Nope. I was hoping to slip out with a jump on the left side, and I just missed at the last moment. You also have this many times when you get in a vehicle. Merlin, I don't know if you're talking about a real-world vehicle or one of the cars in a 3D world style, but I hope you are properly looking after your own driver's safety. I mean, just because you have uploaded your super world doesn't mean you can be reckless with your personal physical presence. But anyway, here we go once again. I have to say, one thing I do not miss very much about pre-pandemic conditions is the amount of driving very often, although oddly enough, due to how things were going last year over on my end, I arguably did more driving during the pandemic than before, just for, you know, various appointment reasons and other things. But after having adapted so well to a low driving lifestyle, just to avoid having situations that parallel the trouble that we get ourselves into in Mario Maker all the time. That's anyway. I think it's one of life's great disappointments that driving is not actually as fun as it is in Mario Kart. Very often it leaves you wishing that you could just chuck banana peels at people and not be too much of a public nuisance in doing it. Anyway, we're going to ride this out. But yeah, as you can see, as we've seen many times already on this stream, Lektor loves his swamps. Whoops. And yeah, we're just going to ride it out up top for as long as we can, which is not very long. Oh, this Koopa car is going to be all kinds of trouble. Oh, almost rescued that, not quite. Koopa car deflection decided to take issue with that particular tactic. So, that could have gone much better. But in the meantime, we'll just No, bad idea. I don't know why I thought I would do that when the ant movement is entirely predictable. Once again, could have gone much better. But we will step over to the left here and just kind of take everything patiently. Just watch the timing as we get through the middle segment. Step over the swamp. Step over the swamp. Step over everything here. No. I keep thinking I can bump the bully. And there's something that's not activating it here. Yeah, because I keep thinking that I'm going to roll into the bully, but I think I'm doing so. Yeah, that is correct, but something is slightly confused in my head once again, probably from playing a lot of 3D World on stream recently and expecting certain inputs to work a certain way. Or just kind of hesitating with the inputs that actually do the job correctly. Okay, we got the car. That's a bad idea. Let's maybe stay in position here. Oh, hey. Oh, no, no, no. Almost. Almost. And of course, bullies are going to drop in and gate us off. Okay, let's not keep the car. Maybe that is going to be as bad an idea as keeping the Koopa car usually is. Alright. Over here we go. And back we go. Yeah, I really wish I could do more of these maker-specific streams more often. As a player, it's a very nice change of pace. And, you know, I do try to show off some content that isn't what you would normally see in a lot of other streams, so... And there are just a lot of makers I want to get through. Like, I have ideas for this particular program, in terms of doing, you know, very thematically oriented maker features, or other kinds of retrospectives, etc. I have ideas for this program for the next several weeks and possibly even months, but we can only get through so much of this at a time. But in the meantime, I hope watching me get smashed by various objects against these swamps is reasonably entertaining. And we'll have a lot more where this came from, I'm sure. And okay, forward we go. And up we go. Okay, let's get well out of the way this time. Pop the car as well. Dump the car if I can. Get off the spikes quickly. Bullies are going to come down at some point. I know it's coming. Right here. There we go. Okay, that was the right idea. I was just a slightly early on that jump there. But we have the general pattern that I think I want. Yeah, everything in this level you can kind of see coming, but sometimes when it comes to the movements you get off of these objects, the fact that you're on a mobile platform to begin with, and I don't mean something like iOS, I mean something like the thwomps here, just a moving piece on the board that kind of has the illusion of being stationary. You have to adjust your physical expectations around that, your expectations of momentum. And it's very easy to just kind of treat this as being in stasis when you're moving the whole time, and then suddenly you find yourself interacting with other movement on the stage that throws you way behind pace because you're not compensating for the fact that everything is still moving on without you. Nope, bad idea. I forgot about the top thwomp over there. No, we had surmounted that obstacle many times before. Alright, up we go. Forward we go, I should say. Ants are going to come around. And what do we have here? Yep. Might as well take this up front. Oh, that's interesting. I see. No, that's just for a spawning control, I think. Yeah, we'll just let the Koopa car drive itself into oblivion. That seems to be a smarter approach than whatever it was we were doing previously. Okay, that works too. Okay, this is new material. Just going to work our way around all of the ants by taking the top position. And top position is, of course, going to give me the flagpole and lots of one-ups. And there we go. I don't know if we actually got to Brooklyn. Maybe as far as Queens. Anyway, Spooky Pumpkin Farm we had previously seen as a Halloween special, so we're just going to skip over that and look at Chomper's Stomper. Bow Bow, or perhaps Bo, depending on whether you're talking about a ship or, you know, a ribbon that you tie on top of the chomp to declare it your pet. Anyway, Bow, Chomper Stomper. It probably is just supposed to be the barking sound of a dog. It's you, Luigi, the real deal, and Yahoo. Look, Luigi, the real deal, you're on screen. We're playing as you today. And, so I don't know how you're in the chat at the same time while I'm technically controlling you, but I'm sure that that makes sense somehow. That's going to be a spin jump, obviously, but on top of the blue block with far better timing than what I'm demonstrating here. Looks like I do need a bit of forward momentum on this. Yeah, probably running up towards it somehow. Very nice of the mushroom to be there to give me a little bit of a hit buffer to work with. Now that Mario is dead, Luigi is our new best friend. I don't know, are people still streaming 35? Because last I checked, there were still some people in active lobbies for Mario 35 all the way into like almost a full day after the technical deactivation. And like I was saying earlier, I kind of regretted not staying with the game longer if I knew that it was going to remain active for anybody who kept this software open. Yeah, nice soft resets on a lot of these obstacles here, as well as a chance to grab the 50 coin. Fire flower, interesting. Okay, just for that extra hit. One of the things that's very difficult to get used to, of course, when you go back to the classic games is losing power-ups, losing tier 2 power-ups, ejecting you all the way back to being small Mario. Something that, of course, they revised for SMB 35 as well, given how the power-up mechanics work in that game. I'm just going to miss completely. There's a glitch with sleep mode that lets you play 35 even if you've exited the software. Okay, interesting. I mean, I guess it was going for as long as people were willing to log in and populate the lobbies, so... Yeah, I didn't look into that because I didn't want to just, you know, be disappointed by running into the activation screen all of a sudden. The way one does when you are just a few rounds short of making King or Queen in Splatfest. Yeah, there was a time when I was making... I control a female character in Splatoon, and when I was making Queen in every Splatfest, and eventually I would get to the point where I forgot about certain Splatfests until they were nearly over because I just forgot what day it was, I think, that they ended. And then I would just try to cram it in the last minute, and, you know, you would be desperately trying to squeeze in that final match while the matchmaking is still active past the closing time by a few seconds. And whoops, I should pay attention to this. And that was very much what the Mario 35 experience was kind of like, as I was basically staying online on the last day, or as long as it took me to get one final win, because by that point I had given up on my final unlocks, which were 8-2 and 8-4. But I'm glad I managed to get one final streaming day in for that. I had enough fun with the last days of Mario 35, particularly with the event mode, that I regretted not playing more of it throughout the month of March. Because there was a while in March when I was thinking, no, I'll just play other things, because at that point, Mario 35, you know, I didn't know if I would really get that much more mileage out of it, but... Anyway, Mang, welcome. Mang, hope you enjoyed the Mangfest over on Supernova's end today, and I say that, of course, just as Supernova comes in to pay us all a visit. Let me just pause here and give you a quick shout-out. So yeah, it seems like Mang decided to parachute in here ahead of time, but I'm going to give a quick shout-out to the crew that we had from I Am to Supernova, which has kind of caught on to the wonder of having curated maker streams. And if there are any Luigi fans in the room, you'll notice that Luigi the real deal, despite being mind-controlled by me at the moment, is still able to be active in chat, so thank you for the massive run of emotes from SDGML. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you're doing exactly as I tell you, Luigi the real deal, as you can see. You're even forgetting to spin jump from time to time. And, yeah. Supernova pranked you hard for April Fools, I see. Interesting. I'll have to go back to see the VOD afterwards and see exactly what that was about. If perhaps Supernova had set you up for something quite different, telling you that something else was going on this stream, or doing something else that was a great act of deception. Supernova is a sellout, but not actually, I see. Well, glad you're doing that well in the market. I mean, look, if everybody who sold out did so by making something like Underground Hogs to reach a popular audience, I think I'll take that. You know, if every, like, little community band that you saw in the local garage doing gigs and such suddenly decided to get airplay on the radio by elevating themselves up a tower controlled by moles, that's not a bad way to get a start in the industry. He uploaded super generic speedruns to get likes and said he would do that from now on. I'm not sure he's kidding. 10 seconds of a frog running on water. Very peaceful, except for the bit with 10 seconds. The kind of thing they used to write haiku about back in the day. Frogs running on water. And that's not the right number of syllables, but you know what I mean. Frogs run on water. 10-second speedruns galore. Get all the upvotes. Basho. Hey, that's an idea for a point reward, actually. If I decide to finally update my point rewards, we need to get some more haiku in here. But, I will have to remember that afterwards. I sometimes say, hey, that's a good idea for a point reward, and forget all about it by the end of the stream. Yeah, because we've been trying to come up with new stuff, and, you know, just to keep people entertained, and so they don't have to feel like they're sitting on however many thousands of points if they're my longtime regulars, who are, by this point, sick of Shakespeare. Let's go for the reset door. Looks like I've been missing every boat. You were seriously worried about Supernova's mental health. Well, I mean Mang. Supernova was playing Mang levels all stream. I think you had plenty of reason already to be worried about his mental health. I don't see how anything is new. Okay, up we go. Nope, up we go, I said. I need to just ride that chomp continuously, I think. Instead of going side to side all the time. You support Supernova because he's awesome and your friend, but you were a little sad inside. Yeah, it's always kind of like that when people finally become popular. You know, and forget their roots, forget where they came from. But I'm missing this because I'm paying too much attention to chat. You got through 18 Mang levels tonight. That's an excellent record, considering how long I've taken on many of them in the past. I always feel like I have to budget an hour for some of them, depending on how long it takes me to get into some of the bouncing. So, okay, here we are. World record. Interesting. There was one that you couldn't beat, so do you care to share which one, or is that a trap that will await me for when I do some kind of Mang Fest on this stream myself? I will say, there was one Mang level, I mean, I haven't beaten all of the ones I've tried, but there was one in particular that I had tons of trouble with, and it's the one that you had to take the propeller off screen in 3D World. Bad idea, bad idea. I'm missing the boat completely. I should have gone right. Oh, Space Bunny. Yeah, no, I was there when you were playing that earlier, actually. I know which one Space Bunny is. I have also... I don't remember if I played it, actually. I feel like I might have been turned off by the 0.08 for that one. But there's a lot in the Mang catalog I have not seen. Of course, the Mang catalog is ever expanding. I think Mang was pushing up against a 100 level cap quite a while ago, in fact, and that deletions have happened. Okay, let's actually maintain position here. That's flowing much better now that I'm thinking about consecutive bounces on the swinging chomp. I should have stayed on the chomp. Okay. And yeah, 18 Mang levels, not bad at all. I remember having to take several sessions just to get through the Super World back when I did it, but then I was kind of doing a few levels a week in combination with other levels that I was showing off on stream when I was running a lot of those last year. 18 levels at all is very, very good, actually. I mean, I've had some streams where... I mean, viewer level streams for me almost never get up to that point unless we get really short stuff, like Super Worlds with short levels, but... even when I do curated content, like we got through about 20 clears with Naboo's last week, but again, some of them were on the shorter side. But many of these streams lately, when I've been curating my own content, I have these very ambitious plans for them, and I wind up getting through maybe 4 or 5 clears by the end of the day. Especially with Puzzle Day, where we've just been taking on increasing difficulty. I should stop doing that. Julian's Jungle took you at least an hour. Interesting. I have not played Julian's Jungle, I don't think. Luigi of a Real Deal, you're building a super world with story. Okay. I've seen some pretty interesting narrative concepts with super worlds, so maybe yours will add something interesting to that particular approach to design, so. Okay, oh, missing the fire flower. Forgot that it had wings. Yeah, I should be doing shorter bounces and staying on the chomp when I can. I mean, there's a reason that the coins on the side are bonus coins. I really don't need to grab them. I'm making this a lot harder for myself than I need to, for sure. This is a fairly high clear rate level. But we've been sufficiently distracted. But that's okay. The crew that comes in with the supernova raids always brings good conversation and warm mead and hot chocolate and I don't know, mostly just good conversation. Mr. Electrodude, distracted is your middle name, so Mr. something distracted Electrodude, Mr. I don't know, we have to come up with an appropriate first name here. Oops. Hot chocolate and Bailey's, oh yes. Very much so, SDJML. I kind of missed that. I remember being in an airport lounge once. It was a very long stay in an airport lounge, but, you know, I had the lounge pass and everything, and that would, of course, give you access to the liquor cabinet all day. It was a very long connection, like a day-long connection, that I can date very accurately because I spent it playing Fire Emblem Three Houses just in the airport lounge, like for hours and hours and hours. And it had occurred to me that, you know, they have hot chocolate and they have Bailey's. And I kind of had a flask to keep some hot chocolate with me getting into the flight. And so I know it's kind of, you know, against regulation, I guess, but it occurred to me that I could just, like, mix my own Bailey's hot chocolate and take it with me aboard the flight. But by the time I came up with that idea, the lounge started packing up their Bailey's. And I never managed to actually do that. But yeah, I was traveling with a flask at a time specifically because I wanted to load up on hot chocolate for flights. And anyway, that was an ambition that went unfulfilled. I think it was the time that I spent a day in the airport lounge playing video games. You too. Just a really poorly timed connection. Okay, let's just stay on a chomp this way. No, let's not stay on a chomp that way. I keep forgetting about the backswing and the way that it's going to outpace me. Despite having done a lot of these chomp swing mechanics in the past. I think it's the fact that it's the long chomp in the night theme that's throwing me off slightly when it comes to the swinging distance. Because the swinging distance is rather enormous. And you try and drink as little as possible before you fly for obvious reasons. Yeah, I mean, not everybody's neurology is going to work well with that. There was a while when I would be taking a lot of transcontinental flights, and I would make sure to grab a glass of wine at the airport bar, but I'm not much of a drinker at all, to be honest. But I kind of had a phase when I felt like I needed it for long flights. I've had very little liquor, like almost no liquor over the past year or so. And not for any particular reason, just because it's just not a part of my lifestyle, unless apparently I'm taking long flights. Yeah, the reset doors are quite nice. I agree with that, Meg. Like I said, this is up to this point a fairly gentle level about resets, but I'm just failing this segment repeatedly. Pendulous chains, my document will give you a hard time, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Supernova, you're definitely ahead of me in that part of my document backlog. I should have just stayed there. I'd have more safety platforms coming. Yeah, SD, I used to hate flights more than I do now. I am better with flying than I used to be. But then that's because I am actually able to sleep in flights if I'm sufficiently exhausted, so... I got into the habit of pulling all-nighters before morning or midday flights, so I could actually use my time and pack at the last minute, and also ensure that I don't miss the flight. That was the most important consideration. And it kind of paid off because then I could just snooze the whole way. But I know a lot of people can't do that sitting up, that they have all kinds of trouble with changing pressure and also just the degree of ambient noise that you get in the cabin. I missed a boat. Let's go over to reset door. Hard not to get hypnotized playing this, yeah. That may be part of the problem. You were getting very chompy. Oops. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. Okay, chomp goes up. We're still just trying to focus on this from time to time and make my way up slowly. I've been kind of ahead of clear rate on pretty much everything I've been playing today except this. This I've been way under, I think. This is not a hard level by any means. But sometimes it's just choke on something like that. And, okay. Well, that's an interesting trap. Looks like we need to whip these guys all day if we really wanted. And more stumps are going to come down, okay. Guess we just float our way across. And miss. It's okay, we're past checkpoint, so... Okay, up we go. Who needs a liquor problem when you have a Mario Maker problem? But anyway, up we go. Nope, no. Thought I could make it, and I was wrong. So yeah, Supernova, I don't know if you had any particular favorites from the list that you were playing tonight, any star of the show as far as levels go, other than your own 10-minute frog speed runs that you're farming for clicks. 10-second frog speed runs, I should say. 10-minute frog speed runs would be something else entirely. His favorite was Propeller Go Burr, okay. Mang says he really liked Level Cream. I sometimes don't know whether to trust anything that Mang says in chat, but I find that trusting what Mang says in chat usually does pay off whether it's true or not. Anyway, let's redo that. Yeah. Oh, booed Propeller Go Burr. Okay, I see. You liked it so much, you gave it the rare blue like. Okay. here we are. Real heartbreak of a level, I guess. Whoa. No, Twister, take me up. The Twister did not take me up. Okay. Let's keep going. So yeah, I had a fairly sizable Lektor backlog. Larger than I expected given how many of his levels I have played on stream in the past, but a lot of them were kind of from before I'd really settled into my capture card. You know, from... And a few, you know, I had played off-stream originally before I had a capture card or a stream going, but... So a lot of this stuff is from very early in his portfolio, from late 2019 to early 2020, and so it's a lot of those that I hadn't played. Whereas I've played almost everything that's recent. Almost everything. Okay. I guess we are supposed to take it one stump at a time so we don't get squished. Yeah, and it's just going to be camera activated. Using the auto scroll. Okay, more jumps. Are we going for these? Of course we're going for these. That's a long jump. And there we go. Oh. Bad idea. Because I saw that spot on the left and I thought, oh yes, we're definitely going for it. Possibly even creating a bit of a dash off the right side to jump up there and fly. But looks like the blasters had other ideas. I don't know if it even counts as getting trolled. That was very much self-inflicted. Considering that it was on the left side facing away from the goal a bit. I tend to break a lot of troll levels that people send me to test, and usually it's because when I see instructions, I usually do that last, and I do everything else first. And so a number of people who submit me trolls have had the experience of seeing me skip the entire troll and just find the solution by accident on the first screen. But that's because that is kind of my playstyle from time to time, where I'll just see something counterintuitive and I'll want to check it. But that's okay, because it does occasionally lead to some unorthodox experiences. Troll on the left side gives you plausible deniability. Yes, Melon Rind, I think that is absolutely something that will stand up in court, right? Somebody thinks you committed like a murder or kidnapping or something, you just say, nope, I had a troll on the left side. They did it to themselves. Anyway. No criminal responsibility here when they just soft-lock themselves or did some other ridiculous thing like that. Okay. I've got a fire flower. I formerly had a cape. But otherwise I would try to go for some kind of flight. Yeah, of course we're going for this. Come on. What a janky movement on this chomp here. Hope Lektor Dude's taking notes. And Merlin, you just re-uploaded your Team Jamp level and you are sure you will get approved. Okay. I don't know anything about the Team Jamp approval process. I just see people post levels with that tag. Since I do follow a number of Jampers, or former Jampers. Anyway, that was Chomper Stomper. You got soft locked on the left. I'm thinking about how you would do that. Given that there is that jump block there that should take you up, but maybe it doesn't give you sufficient height. Anyway, look at these round numbers here, by the way. 80 and 400. That's so satisfying. Just so incredibly satisfying. It's even divisible. Just an exact 20% ratio. Anyway, here's Ladri di Gusti. Sorry about my Italian. I don't actually speak Italian. Catch some shell. Some setups appropriately appropriated from Kavik. I'm sure this is maybe not an adaptation of the classic 1940s Italian film Bicycle Thieves, which all of you should see if you haven't. It's very appropriate in some ways, as something that Lektor would probably know, because like the whole film is about this man and his son who have their bicycles stolen, and they just you know, walk around their Italian town to look for the bicycle and try to recover it. And very much a parable of responsible fatherhood. We have, of course, seen parables of responsible fatherhood in Mario Maker as well. In one of our previous streams, if you remember Lektor's level with the big Thwomp Chomp and the little Thwomp Chomp that are very clearly father and son. What am I even doing here? Okay. Jump with the skip squeak. Look at the poor Koopa. I see. The poor Koopa actually just flies off once you pop it out of the shell. And we want to guide the Koopa all the way up here instead of hitting ourselves with the shell. Let's actually pay attention here instead of talking about like 1940s Italian neo-realist cinema. And then what am I doing with this guy? I would need to crush it, right? Let's get a crush. Yeah. That's enough Twitch for now. Yeah. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, Merlin. You're back to that many maker points. I'm kind of curious how well those speedruns did as a bit of a like farm, because it would really be, well, it would be really quite telling if they actually performed spectacularly. Anyway. Oh. Poor Koopa just dashing after you saying, hey, come back to my shell. Let's not accidentally bomb him. Let's... Yeah, we want to eventually take the bomb down the left side. Yeah, we want the Koopa to dash over and push the bomb, because then the bomb will fall down here, right? That's the idea. Anyway, we need to check this thing so we can spawn a new Koopa. That's an interesting interaction, by the way. That the Koopa doesn't spawn until you dispense with a shell. I feel like that's useful for something interesting. Guardians of the Galaxy has a father... Guardians of Galaxy 2, rather, has a Father of the Year. Okay. I have not seen Guardians 2, so I don't really know that. Is the Father of the Year just Thanos, or is it somebody else entirely? Okay, walk over. Come on. Come on, get over here. Get over here. Okay. No, I need to place the shell. That's... Yeah, he runs after the shell to recover it. I kept thinking for some reason that the Koopa would follow me, and instead he follows the shell, which is actually a really interesting concept. Why did I go through that? That was a bad idea. That's the thing, I very often forget my origin points when I... Anyway, Koopa is going to run after its shell. There it goes. We should be paying attention to some of these mechanics for once. That would be useful. Anyway, here you go. Here you go. It's like bullfighting in a way. You know, you hold the red shell and the Koopa just runs after it. And I feel like there could be a good bullfighting concept that uses this mechanic. Yeah, warp block. Let's not go through the door. I was standing on the left side, so I was just instinctively going for the closest exit. That was a terrible idea, and that was also a terrible idea. Okay. It's okay, this was technically a kind of post-April Fool special. Even if we're off by a day. And So some nonsense is expected. Okay. Really, though, in terms of, you know, wanting to run something like a special for April Fools, like the natural thing to do would be to run trolls or something, but this was the most appropriate non-troll maker I could think of for the occasion. And we'll hopefully get some more thematic specials like this done time to time. There we go. Gonna pop in. Yeah, you see how tempting it is to just get through here right away. Just take the fastest way out. Yeah, I really do have to go back to Supernova's VOD afterwards then. SDGML, just to see what he's getting up to, things like that. Okay, let's lead this guy to the left and then to the right. Stand here and then tempt him. Temptation. And then, oh no, I wanted to time it such that the bomb gets pushed. Right, if I understand this correctly. Okay. So, yeah, the one thing I didn't really do properly was thinking about timing. The bomb push should do the job that I want. Anyway, here we go. Then we'll just control his position. Then we'll go. Go, 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 go. There we are. And of course we'll take the shell. Okay. Bullies now. Oh, I see. Okay, so the Koopa is always going to gravitate towards the central position. But what we can do is we can do some kind of box manipulation. Why would we want to do box manipulation? Because we eventually want this to bust through the right side. So if I decide to do like a bully push, or... Oh, let me see about this, because... You know what? We can also block the shell, I think. No, we can't, because it's just going to punch through the stuff, I'm sure. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Sounds like a pinball machine. Yeah, perhaps so. It's funny that you mentioned that, because there is actually a Waluigi pinball level by Lektor. It was one of his earliest things, and so... I think it was just a Super Ball concept, if I remember, but it was one of those very early Week 1 levels. Yeah, controlling people is my job. Apparently. SDGML, yes, I remember Windows Pinball, for sure. I'm trying to remember, I mean, I remember how it looks, but I don't remember if it was called something other than just pinball. I feel like it was. But your choices back then were that, or Solitaire, or Minesweeper. Whoops. Okay. Man calls for Toadette. We will satisfy that request. Let me just, one moment. My interface is going to crash on me here. Let's, see if chat is going to do the thing I wanted to do. Okay, 1 second. Not quite an accurate object there, but Toadette will do her thing. And yeah, we'll just oh, I see. Okay, the shell will get raised. Nice little quality control there from that cloud. Just get the initial setup going. Electro Dude, usually I do keep the character request until the end of the level, so we will switch back to Luigi after this level. You might have to remind me, actually, because it's possible I'll just forget completely by then. Unless, of course, the two of you just want to enter an interminable bidding war with your stash of tens of thousands of points. It's almost too bad that I, even on my end, I can't actually see any kind of point leaderboard to see just how outrageous your stashes are. And make my pricing decisions accordingly if I want to put in a haiku reward or something. Oh, yeah. Hey, push. Nope. Very neat to see the push interaction, though. It's something you don't often think about, despite the way that so many collisions in 3D World function. Hey, let's do it fast. Nope, too fast. Nope, that's gonna die. Okay. That's also going to die. Yeah. Was hoping to push the bomb and then run the Koopa back. Okay, here we are. And ST, yeah, we'll figure out how to do it. Like, it kind of depends on my ability to actually satisfy that condition. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, glad we can actually occasionally come up with stuff like that. Let's nope. Okay, push, push. Go, go, go. Faster, Koopa, faster. Nope. This one's going to die. This guy will just pop its shell off. Now, here's the thing. If I dump the shell while the Koopa is still alive... Well, I shouldn't do that because I want to guide the Koopa, but whoops. And, Supernova, you're saying something about Gilmore not having taste. Given Gilmore's penchant for chasing all kinds of speed records, I assume this has something to do with the speedruns. Okay. Go. Push, 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 push. Harder, harder. Here we go. Nope. Oh, that missed. That was unfortunate. Okay. That's okay, we'll just do the next one. We've been on this room for some time. There we go. It is kind of like a mole, which, once again, kind of gives you a bit of continuity here with some of Lektor's other concepts, given how much he loves using moles. But let's toss this, and let's try again. Okay. Walk the Koopa, walk the Koopa. And SD, I love using the bully. Earlier on, I was commenting on how this is one of the very few... One of the other levels we saw earlier was one of the very few stages I've seen, other than my own, that actually uses flying bullies, and so it's kind of nice to come into that and know the mechanic out of the box. So, here's something interesting. Toss the shell, Koopa respawns. Now, can you get a few of them? Now, notice how the first Koopa chases the second Koopa's shell. Look at this. Now, then you can spawn as many as you want, but the active shell is chased by all three Koopas. So keep this in mind. This has got to be an unused puzzle mechanic, or at least one that I haven't seen. I feel like this is actually very, very useful information. Whoops. Because this is something that's kind of totally counterintuitive in a way, but which could in fact be used for something like a Lemmings level. I may have to steal this. But, you know, the sort of variation of doing multiples. I don't know what kind of interesting things you can do here with 3D World where you don't have seesaws and such to play with for multiple Koopas on a screen, but... Sorry, I know I should actually focus on, trying to pass the level, but this is too much fun to play with. Alright, come on. Let's get these guys over here. Right? Get them all the way over here. And look at that. When no shell is active, they just follow me. So they follow me because the shell is occupied by a different Koopa. But if I pop this guy, all of them follow this shell. Oh, no, I couldn't see that. But... This was apparently already stolen from Kavik, but I don't think, at least this far into the level, the multiple shell concept has really been used. And look at them, they're all so crestfallen and disappointed. They're all so disappointed. Hey, it means, though, that we don't actually need to worry about manipulating the shell. We can just block them as much as we want without holding the shell, which is probably not going to be useful anyway. No, they're going to be sad. Yeah. Oh, look at that. They're going to lose interest completely after I am too far. Okay. Alright, we've spent too much time playing with this. Let's just go. But yeah, if you can just create some kind of concept with like multiple Koopas following one shell. That feels like it's really interesting. I don't know if this level will use it later on. And Lektor, dude, if Kavik ever played with this concept, I don't think he actually finished it as a level. Because I think I've played everything that he has published. And I don't remember seeing this, but maybe he was just playing with this on a Maker stream or something. Anyway. Did I really just burn 500 seconds playing with this room? I think I did. I will have to do it again, given the checkpoint situation. I'm trying to bump this guy up. That's not going to happen. Okay. Probably I should just jump on the shell. Or just bump it some other way so it doesn't... Think about this, actually. I don't know what that room is about just yet, and it might be something fairly obvious that I'm missing. Anyway, let's not stand under the blaster. That would be a terrible idea. Oh, in the POW level. Yes, that's right, that's right. No, I remember that now. Mang, in the one that was about chaining the red POWs, right? Yeah, because for a while, I know somebody had shown me a puzzle level that was about swapping shells, like about swapping the red and green shell in Super Mario World. And of course that would work in 3D World as well. Okay, no. Let's push, 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 push. There we go. Actually got through this within 50 seconds this time. 60 seconds. Okay. Now let's figure out what this guy is all about. Let's unblock the creeper, actually. I think unblocking the creeper will do something. Given that we don't know where it's supposed to go positionally. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, and then we continue unblocking it. Should have thought about this much earlier if I bothered to read the level. Now what? I'm going to push. That's as far as it goes. There is a kind of limit to how far it's going to build anyway, right? Nope, it's going to go. Quite long, in fact. Ah, there we go, there we go. Very satisfying to see that multiple hit on a creeper from the shell, in fact. And then we see what this is all about. Surely we can break the scroll stop here with another shell. We've got to try it. We've got to try it. Looks like we would need to stop that shell to the left. I think maybe this is kind of quality control too. You know what? Bully can do it for me. Let's lead the bully. Lead the bully. Except this is 3 tiles. Okay, so that's not going to happen. But if we use the shell... Hang on. There we go. No, that's fine. Now we use the shell and we try to break the right side. No. Oh, no, I should have actually read the screen here. That's not a... Oh, no, I didn't see that ground boundary because previously the scroll stop did, in fact, only go over the hard blocks. So, never mind. That's nothing. Okay. And what's going on here? Right, we need to have him step across here. I've got to say, I'm not entirely following what it is you're talking about in chat, about following Nova's stream, but you should follow Nova's stream, in fact. I did give you a shout-out earlier, I think. Koopa's just going to be trapped there, but we can lead the Koopa. No, this is for the shell. This platform's for the shell. Arrows are pointing to the right. Skip Squeak wants to do something with P. Nope. Skip Squeak, I feel like, is supposed to lift something. Ah, Skip Squeak. Okay, that I did not expect. Interesting, okay. Because then the Koopa does a push. Ah, wall jump, okay. Because I'm looking at the wall, it's like, no, this is a Lektor level. He's not asking me for a shell jump. And here we are. And yeah, Mang, I appreciate the endorsement, of course, on the assumption that you're not talking about the doppelganger controlled by Loop and Snoop. Okay. Bro, do I even shell jump? Not very well, to be honest. But thank you for the follow, Luigi the Real Deal. Hope you're enjoying your time off while we're playing as Toadette. Let's lead this guy back to the right. And okay. And yeah, so this is going to be a color swap. Look at that. The color swap isn't really going to do that much for me here, at least not yet. But yeah, he's much more comfortable having a shell at all now. And okay, I'm gonna take this. Skip Squeak is a rat. Skip Squeak is a copycat, but then Skip Squeak died. Ah, SD, I see what you were doing there. Yeah, no, I didn't see the thing you said earlier about making haiku. And, okay. Well, it's just going to pivot around that position there, step on something, give me access to the snake block, which will give me access to this area? No? It's gonna get shoved, okay. Koopa gets shoved. Eventually there will be some kind of shell swap. Oh yeah, look at that. Slipping into a small shell, that's surprisingly fits. Big Koopa, small shell, just needs to lose some weight and then that's all there was to it. Okay, green Koopa, of course, is going to fall in here. Having the shell allows me to do what? Kill the Skip Squeak, obviously, yeah. And let's not die here. Let's get up through. And here's a heart. It's like in a film, Requiem for a Dream, if you know that. Poor fat Koopa getting hooked on diet pills so it could dream of one day slipping into the green shell. And yeah, I guess going through the clear pipe would have been part of it. Anyway, great concept. Kind of surprised that the time was only 7 minutes on it, but I guess that was because the segment that we spent way too much time fiddling with earlier was pre-checkpoint. Okay, we've seen a lot more of the recent stuff. But going into the 2020 list, we have Spine Waves. Yeah, most of what I've played at this point gets into territory that I have recorded in the past. Although, of course, my VODs are totally disorganized and difficult to search. And Taldir, hello, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Anyway, here are some spine waves, where seasickness and air sickness are together at last. Oh yes, it is time for Wahoo, because the Lektor dude requested that earlier. I actually would not have remembered that without all of the Wahoos from Luigi the Real Deal reminding me that was in fact in the reward queue. Let me just mark some of this stuff as redeemed, just so I can keep my information on this side under control. Anyway, Luigi will be active on the next attempt. Spine waves. You feel like that is a pun you don't get? Well, I would explain that to you, but then I would have to go off on a tangent. Whoops. Okay, so here we go. Tangents are kind of fun. Tangents to the curve. I mean, that's precisely how we're platforming here. As spin jumpless Luigi. Coins do in fact denote safe zones. As long as you're riding the wave. Yeah, I'm thinking about the mechanism here. Some kind of track stacking. It's got to be, right? Given the intersections between the blasters that are able to overlay each other. Where did I go? Ah, yeah, I'm over here. This is more of a square wave. No, not a square wave, but you know what I mean. A square wave would have right angles. Supernova, you feel like you've seen this from somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it is reasonably popular. It has been widely played. A lot of these levels are very visually striking, but, you know, Lektor is from a visual artist background. And I think it's something that definitely shows in a lot of the work. Okay, Pow is going to unstack everything up here. Whoops. Failed to account for how I would still get shot in the face. Love the conveyor setup here. I was thinking about the red conveyors there and what kind of on-off mechanism is controlling the spawn of that mechanism. Standing on top of here is fine until the munchers come down and try to crush you. So it's temporarily a decent strategy, but I think generally I should just not be standing in front of the cannons. Nicely placed mushroom down to central track. Okay, there we go. And up we go. And... okay, that's going to be a bit of a squishy position here. But we will make it. You were immediately reminded of spline interpolation of something of the sort. I mean, I think it's just the sine waves that are in the blaster setup in the first part. If this were something like 3D artistry, then maybe spline interpolation would be where you would want to go, but unfortunately, not a 3D Mario Maker. I kind of love the word spline. I think it might not be Scrabble valid, but I don't have the bot with me right now to check. Whoops. That's a crush. Maybe it was a recent addition to the dictionary, but I'm not exactly sure, because spline has been part of the 3D artist vocabulary for decades now, it seems. And yeah, Lektor dude, I was trying to clue you into that multiple times earlier. But that's okay. I mean, you know, somebody who's named Lektor dude, what would you possibly know about sine waves? Spline, a rectangular key fitting into grooves in the hub and shaft of a wheel. Okay. I guess that's where the term came from before it got kind of absorbed into 3D modeling. And given, you know, what splines are like when they're described as part of a mesh, that makes sense. But anyway. Your brain kind of channels out all math if you don't have to use it. Well, a good thing we're not really doing any algebraic puzzle levels here. I have seen some interesting algebra concepts before. I mean, they're basically like those high clear rate quiz concepts generally. But I saw a pretty decent algebra quiz level in the early days of Mario Maker 2 that, you know, was actually not just doing basic arithmetic, but which actually had a little bit more going on in terms of demands on numeracy. Algebraic puzzle levels, what little Timmy hears is pick a pipe. Yeah, that's true. I'm actually thinking of Loopin' Snoop's Boolean gate level, if any of you know that. Because Loopin' Snoop made a Boolean gate level last year, where, you know, you would have certain symbols that tell you that they're AND gates, NOT gates, OR gates, etc., and you would have to set up the correct logical operators to guide a shell to its destination. And apparently I was the first person he saw properly solve the level, instead of just guessing. Because, yeah, what little Timmy hears is pick a pipe. Which... and yeah, I also loved that level. I thought it was one of his best. I mean, you know, if you know anything about Boolean logic, it's very easy to solve. It's not a difficulty thing, it's more that you, as a maker, get very impressed with how compact the implementation is. Like, it's from a maker's perspective, just extremely impressive. Because, I mean, there was a lot of interest in logic gates in the Maker 1, I seem to recall. That was something that the Sieve videos tended to cover a lot, and which was one of the first things that really caught my attention about Sieve's channel, in fact, was that he would be doing stuff like logic gates. But Loop's implementation in that particular Boolean puzzle level was actually really, really compact and very entity efficient as well. And it had to be that compact in order for a lot of the operation puzzles to actually work. And, you know, have a reasonable number of options and gates for the player to play with. And Okay, let's actually punch the power for once. And then not get shot in the face in this segment here, which is possibly difficult. Yeah. I think Toadette was mathematically better than Luigi before they decided to patch the characters such that their fireballs would consistently follow the same trajectory at all sizes, which was originally not the case, and so prior to that, depending on the level, you might have wanted Toadette on artillery. Okay. I guess this is a progressive power-up, and so being in the mushroom state on screen when you get to that was definitely a help. Anyway, let's dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Nope. Almost out of this segment, at least. Or maybe that was a fire flower all along and I was thinking of this mushroom on the track. No, I think they are progressive. Always nice to have progressive power-ups, even in a level that is very, you know, mechanically tricky in some ways on the setup side, because I find that sometimes, you know, when people are building at sufficient scale of complexity, that as a maker it's very easy to be afraid of the traditional Mario power-up progression, because it feels like you're losing control over the player's state at that part of the level, and it's nice to have a concept that is compatible with the traditional power-up progression. And there we go. Also, Luigi is green, which is scientifically proven to be the worst color. Well, you know. It's like something out of Chomsky. Colorless green ideas sleep furiously. And so I've got a question for those of you in chat. Do you perceive tennis balls as green or yellow? Because I've always just assumed they were green, and I've always seen them as green. And apparently, there is a perceptual difference between the people who perceive tennis balls as green or yellow. That's kind of similar to that blue and gold dress that you might have remembered from a few years back, where depending on what kind of lighting conditions your eyes are accustomed to, and also I guess it might partly depend on what the color words are in your home language, because sometimes that can make a difference, but depending on how your eyes have adjusted to indoor or outdoor lighting, that apparently has an effect on whether you perceive tennis balls as green or yellow. It is, of course, kind of half and half on a spectrum. You watched a streamer rage for like an hour about progressive power-ups. Was he raging about the power-ups not being progressive? Because that sounds like something people might occasionally do, especially if they're just stuffing their brains with endless all day. Maybe. Anyway, a wahoo from the real deal upon completing that course. He was raging because he didn't get the good power-up because he was small and the level was hard. Okay, well. So you mean the power-up was progressive all along, and it was that he felt shortchanged. Anyway, we've played a lot of this later Lektor stuff. I think I'm missing maybe one of these. One or two. So we'll play Down Comes the Night. 1%, and yeah, if we finish with this, I don't know if I'll play something additional afterwards. I'll consider it. But we might tag something on the end, because we might actually be finished with all of Lektor's list at this point if we pass this relatively quickly. And we could always continue with something else, possibly. So, when you're a dad, you grab every opportunity for a Fleetwood reference. So, Down Comes the Night. I don't know my Fleetwood well enough to comment on that the way I would with the Mario Paint's fly swatter fight. But okay, it looks like we just need to jump over a chomp, and you know how good I am at doing that. Whoops. And they're just going to spill out in either direction. We could always marathon all the Harry Potter movies together. You know, if Supernova hadn't taken down those speedrun levels already, we would have some ready-made material for the stream. Luigi the Real Deal, you're looking out the window and you see Among Us. That is, as the kids like to say these days, kind of sus. Amogus, yeah. That's one way to think about it. Whoops. Alright. Up we go. This is like when a clown starts pulling out the handkerchiefs, I guess so. If you are particularly fond of Stephen Sondheim. Okay. So, SDGML. I don't actually play Among Us, but I was aware of the fact that there was a new map, because so many of the people that I follow that have been kind of binging Among Us lately, you know, would have stream titles that just say, "Airship, it's time for the airship." And so, I went over to Julian's stream. You know, many of you who have been around Mario Maker for some time will know Julian SMM, also a great playtester when he actually wants to play this game. Lately, he has not wanted to play this game because he's been playing Among Us, like, endlessly. So I went over to Julian's stream, and he's having the time of his life on the airship, and I say that I wasn't exactly sure it was an airship, because the camera wasn't bobbing up and down, and occluding the visibility of all of the critical elements, keeping the player afloat. Okay. We need to bounce, hit the on-off, land on the platform. Bad timing. And then once we bounce, we are going to have a different pattern come out of the pipes that are currently blocked by blue. Given how bad I am at getting on moving chomps, this may in fact be the last level we have time for today, but we'll see. Okay. Not quite reaching. A little bit late on that. And so yeah, Meng, you know, before things get a little too cozy here, you might want to inform Supernova of your safe word. I just assume it's, I don't know, boom boom or something. Up that goes. And SD, you're saying that we should play Among Us in this stream. I have to actually... I mean, I've actually never played the game. I don't own the game. I know it's very accessible these days, and that there's been continued tremendous interest in it that has persisted well past its original phase of blowing up on Twitch last September or so. Yeah, there was this very noticeable effect last summer where, thankfully, right at the end of 4YMM, you know, there was that moment when suddenly everybody who was among the big Mario Maker streamers just drifted over to Fall Guys for a month, and then Among Us just came, and suddenly all the people who were chasing Fall Guys just chased Among Us instead. Julian doesn't even get garbage when he plays fewer levels. Yeah, Julian, you know, he's somebody who is a good enough playtester. He also has a community that sends him good content. But I haven't actually managed to catch his Maker streams in the longest time, because every time I see him on now, I think he's playing Among Us. I'm sure he still runs Mario Maker, I just haven't been able to catch the appropriate time. Okay. I wouldn't say Fall Guys was popular for 5 minutes. Like, a lot of the... I mean, you know, maybe from a Twitch perspective overall, maybe, but a lot of Mario Maker people gravitated towards it very quickly, simply because it did sort of play off the platformer skill set, you know, in a way that wasn't like Battle Royale generally up to that point. Okay, I can kind of endlessly bounce in the center if I want to control position here. That's much easier than trying to go over every time. Not going to work for this side, though. Yeah, I know some of the big Mario streamers are still kind of into Fall Guys. I know Orator still plays. I think Feeny plays every now and then, but definitely you could see that there was a general trend of the people who were chasing the popular game. Like, they would go from Fall Guys to Among Us as the big party game, and it seems like Among Us has had the staying power to really keep that crowd ever since. Partly, I think, because I don't know much about it, but it's very naturally built as a social experience that has really fueled a lot of streamer growth as well. Like, I've seen in the sort of 4-month period that I was taking off Twitch, I came back to find that the people on my followed list that had caught on to Among Us had just expanded very rapidly in terms of their viewer base. Speaking of trends, have I seen Friday Night Funkin'? I don't know. I don't think I know what Friday Night Funkin' is. We spend all our time, and we, I don't mean just, you know, the royal we and myself, but like, we collectively spend so much time with Mario Maker that there's probably all kinds of popular culture that is just not common knowledge here. Okay, let's actually focus on this jump instead of just... No, I really should stop doing that strategy, because the chomp is outpacing me consistently on the way down. Yeah, I never really played much of the Flash games that were on Newgrounds, for a very specific reason, which was that that was the era when I was mostly playing Warcraft 3, when it came to people's custom games in the custom scene. I was very judgmental of Dota at the time, actually. I thought Dota was just, you know, this... a flash in a pan that was just shoving everything else out of the queue, and was not even fun to play, and had a terrible community, and just wasn't very entertaining. But, and actually, after trying Dota multiple times, my opinion hasn't really changed on it that much. I respect the people who put in a lot of time into the esports side, but I have a bias against Dota that goes back to, like, 2003. But yeah, it was kind of interesting that as the Warcraft scene died down, like, so many of the tower defense developers migrated to Flash, which then became a lot of people's first exposure to tower defense. And then after that, you know, they chased a mobile cash cow, because mobile just made a big play for all of those Flash tower defense developers to monetize. And so, you know, if you kind of knew tower defense very well, you would see how, like, a lot of those Flash or mobile tower defense games just continued to import a lot of ideas wholesale from the Warcraft mods that they were based on. But yeah, anyway, I could tell stories about this all day. So for example, I don't know if any of you know Kingdom Rush, which is honestly one of the better tower defense games that's on mobile, and I think it is on Switch now as well, but it was very much developed to be this sort of small screen, phone-friendly tower defense game, and to this day, it still has voice lines and unit behaviors and building behaviors that are lifted directly from Warcraft 3. And if you were kind of active in the tower defense scene at the time, you just recognize it immediately. Okay. But yeah, no, I don't really tend to chase a lot of trending games on my end. Like, I have never played that way, so... Okay, let's see. There we go. Is that the first time I've actually successfully activated that? I think it might be. Let's go for spin jump just in case. Here, too. Nope. Wow, this is surprisingly tricky. I do have to get on top of those chomps, or at least I have to get on top of the red blocks that are on the left side. They're blocking the top left pipe. I find the timing here a little bit tricky to watch, even if the chomps are kind of popping out continuously. You can find that reliable pocket of timing. It's fairly generous, at least in the first segment. Second segment, not so much, maybe. But the chomps spawn at a rate when they come out of the red pipe where they are directly on each other's tail, basically, so... Whoops. A little bit of risk on the right side gap there, which... Well, that just happens. And... Sorry, I have been missing a few messages in chat, just so you're aware, so I'm not quite following the conversation about RNG, but I guess that was in relation to Fall Guys. I mean, you know, a lot of randomness sometimes isn't just random number generation, right? Like, it's just chaos from behavior of other players that's not under your control. But I know from what Supernova was saying about Mario Kart and burning out of Mario Kart the other day that I can see why, given the issues you had with Mario Kart, you would also have those issues with something like Fall Guys, in terms of not feeling like you have a proper level of control over the outcome, just because of chaos from other players, and a combination of that with catch-up mechanics and other things that can be disruptive, in a way that is meant to keep the playing field relatively accessible for people who are getting into this stuff casually. Mario Kart Wii was a game that I played entirely with the motion controls. Because I felt like, you know, it's a game for the Wii, I should engage with the original system that it was introducing, and so I just decided from the get-go, you know what, I am playing this whole thing with motion controls, and I'm just going to learn it. I reverted back to stick controls for Mario Kart 8, of course, but where it was not so much the focus, but because I was playing with motion controls, I think I stuck with bikes for most of Mario Kart Wii, because the turning would just be much more appropriate to the responsiveness that you would get from tilt. What about catch-up mechanics? You know, I was very intrigued to discover that the word catch-up is actually something that was borrowed into English from Cantonese. Because I always thought it was kind of a back formation. I mean, if you're into languages at all, this is actually very fascinating stuff. If you're not into languages, I may be less interesting here, but because the word for ketchup in Cantonese is something like ketchup, which is like literally tomato sauce, and one could sort of assume fairly accurately in most cases that it was just kind of a borrowing in there from English, as would often be the case because of the sort of linguistic history of how English entered colonial Hong Kong, right? But it's actually not. Like, apparently it's sort of apocryphally, anyway, a result of the way that, you know, tomato sauces from southern China kind of made their way into European markets. That, like, that's where the word ketchup was coming from, that it was borrowed into English instead, which does not really explain why it has such strange alternate spellings like catsup, like C-A-T-S-U-P. And oh, now you're all talking about chess. I have to keep up with that in a moment because yeah, like basically, Supernova, what you're telling me is that you like games that don't have an element of chance, which is absolutely fair. Having, you know, spent a lot of time with a game that does have an element of probability to it. And yeah, SD, spelling catsup, I don't see it very often these days, but it used to be a more regionally specific thing, I think, where there would be places, I don't remember the geographical distribution, but there would be certain places in some states in America, for instance, where catsup was definitely the dominant spelling. And I have no idea where that came from. But anyway, I should actually pay attention to this thing. It's not that hard, it's a 1% level. It's probably not even that long. But I am failing endlessly at this while we're talking about the etymology of ketchup. And yeah, here we are. And yeah, Supernova, you really should get into chess. I do recommend it. I mean, chess is undergoing an unprecedented boom, and was doing so even before Queen's Gambit made it to Netflix last year. It's funny because I had heard about the novel that the Queen's Gambit was based on like years and years and years ago, and it was just kind of on my reading pile for the longest time, and I never got around to it. And so the fact that it was suddenly this massive television adaptation was a very new thing to me. Kind of caught me by surprise because, you know, it was a fairly, I wouldn't say an obscure novel, but it was one that people hadn't talked about very much since it was out in the 1980s, I think. Like, you would hear chess specialists talk about it, but generally it was not something that would be in circulation or in print. But even before that, you know, you had the whole PogChamps thing last year, and just a lot of chess getting into the streaming scene and reaching people who are largely adults getting into the game late, or getting back into the game after having lapsed since childhood. This has been one of the very best times to get into chess, actually, in terms of the instructional resources that are available. Because the YouTube channels that are, I guess, beginner-friendly, or, you know, at least somewhat moderately novice-friendly, are resources that I really wish could have existed when I was younger and, you know, at that kind of stage that most people are when they begin in chess, which is that they know the rule set and they have no idea what else is going on with the deeper strategic elements of the game. But yeah, it is the best time to get into chess, because the resources have never been more beginner-friendly. And the platforms that you can play on are also very accessible. I tend to use Lichess, Lichess. because it is completely free and also has a fantastic set of training tools and puzzle modes and so on. I don't really play real games there, I just run puzzles there all day. You know, where you learn different checkmate patterns and so on. But yeah, I mean, if you like games that are deterministic and which don't have an element of RNG, like, you really couldn't pick a more durable skill set to work on in terms of something that is still going to be playable and useful 50 years from now. Let me spell that in chess. In chat, rather. It is Lichess. A lot of the big streamers that you will see on Twitch use chess.com, but that's because mostly they have paid sponsorships to be playing on chess.com. And you'll find that chess.com, like, is this a freemium thing that, you know, locks you out of a lot of the feature set after a demo period. And so I don't think it's really as good an environment for people who are learning, because it's very much pay to play in some ways. And the kind of chess.com business model is based on securing a lot of airtime through sponsorships and such. So yeah, I wish Elite Chess was something that existed back when I was trying to dabble in some online chess, because the software for doing so online didn't used to be very good, and then, you know, especially at the beginner level for learning purposes. I keep going for that, and I should really be going for the chomp when it's in the center position. I'm not paying attention. And yeah, SD, it's very true that, you know, just by snagging the domain name chess.com, they have a natural advantage. But chess.com has been a business that has been going for quite some time. And yeah. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen does have a Twitch channel. He doesn't stream very much, but I think sometimes you can see him online for some major events. Toadette is going out now. Okay, Taldir, we will plug that in. Okay. But yeah, there's tons of great chess instructional content these days, and I can definitely make some recommendations, because I have been, you know, kind of spending a lot of time on chess YouTube and such. Not lately, but definitely early in the pandemic last year, I was suddenly just binging chess YouTube. Actually, a lot of the instructional chess streamers that teach you basic stuff were, for a while, filling the hole in my life that Civ Gaming used to fill. That it used to be that I would always have this, you know, kind of pocket for YouTube videos that are 20 to 30 minutes in length and which are reasonably interesting. And there was a while when that was definitely like learning stuff about Mario Maker 1 from Civ. And that was one of the things that really got me back into Mario Maker 1 near the end of its lifespan. But then he kind of took most of last year off, and he's not really even doing Maker content anymore. And so I just got into watching, you know, tons of chess videos. And like I said, I haven't actually been playing real games. I've just been doing a bit of light preparation and study every now and then. Anyway, yeah, see you, Lektor Dude. Hopefully you're not too fried from exams and assignments, but thanks for dropping by, as usual, for so long, and don't forget about those sine waves. Oops. SDGML, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't know how it's implemented into Big Bang Theory, but 3D chess was something that originated with the original Star Trek. And they did, in fact, develop some kind of rule set for it, with the 3D chess prop that they had in Star Trek. where for the longest time they would sell that as a branded souvenir. And the game did have some kind of coherent rules package that came with it. But I don't know if that would be the 3D chess that's in the Big Bang Theory, because I've maybe ever watched 1 or 2 episodes of Big Bang Theory. And Wizard's Chess is I'm assuming you're talking about Harry Potter. I remember reading something a couple of years ago about how they devised the chess position that was used for the film of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or if you are in the United States, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. That they actually, as they often would for a lot of films like that, they actually did get a chess consultant to come in and look at that. I'm clearly not concentrating on this level, by the way, but hopefully you're okay with that as I talk about chess in cinema, because this is actually a mild topic of interest for me. But yeah, I remember reading something that was, I think maybe written by the chess consultant who actually designed the position in that game. The chess consultant for Queen's Gambit, as I recall, is actually Garry Kasparov. And yeah, SD, I share your strong opinion about Philosopher's Stone, but apparently, like, when J.K. Rowling was negotiating her American contract as a new and inexperienced author who had no leverage in the market, they basically told her, for the American deal, that in that market, you know, nobody cares about philosophers or the fact that the Philosopher's Stone is an object of legend in the history of alchemy, and that children want to read about sorcerers, and so... I think she always regretted that choice herself, but it led to the very interesting circumstance that in the US releases of the film of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, I think the actors actually just dubbed over the lines to say Sorcerer's Stone in certain markets. But yeah. Lots of very interesting intersections between chess and cinema, anyway. Stanley Kubrick was a very strong chess player. Humphrey Bogart, Ennio Morricone. Actually, there are some really interesting stories about Stanley Kubrick and how chess works its way into certain films. So if you notice the very early Kubrick film, The Killing, which is about a plot to assassinate a horse, there is a character in it that was just played by a friend of Stanley Kubrick's from his chess club in New York, who was also this, not a professional wrestler, but like this, like he was kind of a professional tough guy, basically. Like I think he was a wrestler. He was a wrestler who was also a chess player. And so Stanley Kubrick actually put him into the film as like one of the guys who's involved in the assassination plot and is hired as the muscle for the operation. But is hired as the muscle for the operation, you know, in a scene that involves chess at a chess club. But anyway. Very interesting early Kubrick, if you can get your hands on it. Did they actually dub out Happy Christmas with Merry Christmas? Yeah, I've never really approved of trying to Americanize Harry Potter for the same reasons as SD. Like, it's such a quintessentially British thing, all the way down to the entire boarding school system that it is centered around, right? But I think American publishing houses kind of had a very dim view of their younger readers, and Yeah, it's not just the dubbing, actually, in the films. It's also the case for the text of the localization of all of the novels. Not just a title, The Sorcerer's Stone, but down to certain spellings and other terminology. And so, for example, between British English and American English, the pluralization of sports teams is treated a little bit differently, like in terms of the verb agreement with sports teams, whether the whether you say Spain has won the World Cup or Spain have won the World Cup, right? Like that's actually a regional thing between British and American English. And so they did a couple of swaps like that in the text when it was talking about Quidditch. Why am I still on this jump? I've been on here for a while. Probably the better part of half an hour. Okay. It is rhythmically actually quite tricky. SD, when it comes to cultural quirks like that in localization, there's one thing that I hear often from people who play a lot of Capcom games and know they're Capcom. So I've never actually played any of the Ace Attorney games, but apparently there are certain entries in the Ace Attorney series where like you have these really visibly Japanese characters in Japanese environments who talk about how much they would love to eat a hamburger. And, or something to that effect. Okay. No, missed. Okay. Right idea with the rhythm here, though. Now that I'm actually not just jumping blindly. I want to catch it at the peak. Right above the red block. I cannot believe I'm still on that jump. Sometimes I have levels where I definitely underperform relative to the clear rate, and this is definitely one of those levels. As with the chomp jumps earlier, actually, it seems like chomp jumps are the real roadblock for me today. Nope. I mean, the chomp swing earlier I can understand, but this is a much more regular pattern, and I don't see why I'm having so much trouble with the timing. Yeah, the pipe feels very consistently safe there, at least. Anyway. There we go. There we go. Nope. Okay, that's not the way to do it. I was doing a bit of an adjustment jump there because I was just trying to reset my position, and that was a spectacular failure. You took a graduate level course in translation. That's very interesting. Or English to for German to English, rather. Yeah. Yeah. There is a lot of really good stuff out there on translation. So this is getting into maybe a little more obscure territory. But so if any of you know in the book Gödel Escher Bach by Douglas Hofstadter, which is one of the major popular texts of computer science, was a huge hit in the, I think it was published in 1979. Yeah, huge hit, and was basically a generational influence on computer scientists as this introductory text to, you know, some of the basic problems in 20th century mathematical logic. But anyway, Douglas Hofstadter wrote a much lesser-known book on poetic translation called Le Tombeau de Marot, which is like a three-way pun on a whole bunch of stuff. And also a reference to Baroque music. And yeah, if you're interested in, you know, philosophy of poetic translation and such, like that is a really, really good read. And so I Am the Supernova. You would know Leonard Hofstadter from The Big Bang Theory because he was actually named after Douglas Hofstadter, the author of Gödel Escher Bach, as opposed to Richard Hofstadter, the American political theorist. See, this is the content you come for when I'm dying to chomps. Okay. No, because SD. Okay, no, SD. You're kidding. Yeah. See, this is what happens when I'm kind of half reading chat and half dying to chomps. But okay. And okay, now we are through. Great. I do have to get on top of the chomp in order to... I think I want to get on top of the right side, not the left. No, I probably want to go left. The headroom here isn't great, though. I might need to get like a double bounce on a chomp or something. Oh, wait, there we go. Hey, we finally got past that room. Oh boy. That's a really cool snaking effect, though. Look at that. With the red pipe spawning 3 at a time like that. Okay, let's get on top of the top of the stack, because then I can stabilize. There we go. Game audio died at a very inconvenient time right as we got to checkpoint. Let me tap the checkpoint and then let me get back in once I fix the audio bug, which... Yeah, I've been very fortunate not to encounter the audio bug all day, but... oh, sorry, let me just not reveal too much of what I've been playing. Although all of you have been watching what I've been playing recently, and let me get to fixing. And in the meantime, I can actually catch up on chat, which will be maybe productive. Oh yeah, I missed what Taldir was saying earlier about an app on mobile called Play Magnus. And SD, the Mario-themed chess set, I actually did receive that as a gift one year. I don't think I ever actually used it, because the thing about novelty chess sets is that they're much better for display than for actual visualization. Like, you know, you find after a while that they're not actually the most playable things. Oh, I've got to fix something else. Sorry. I rebound to the wrong controller here. Let me try to get that. Meng, I am catching up to the catch-up jokes appropriately. I thought it would be thematically appropriate to catch up to them after the fact, because that would just be awesome sauce. Okay, let me see if my controllers are back in order. This is the annoyance of the Super Nintendo controller, that it does not have the home or capture buttons, despite being built for the Switch with its Bluetooth connection and USB-C charging and all that. It is missing the home and capture buttons, although they have a sort of substitute input for them when you're playing in the Super Nintendo Online app. Let's not start over. I value this checkpoint. I value it very much. Okay, I should not have done that. I may actually have to get the bounce. No, I should just jump through. You have to jump through so many hoops. Whoops. Yeah, as we all know, Meng is always deadly serious. Okay. Okay, now let's see what we can do here. So, SD, in terms of translating from German to English, was there any particular text that was very memorable to work with? Because a lot of people who would have been in your position doing, graduate education in things like German literature from, say, an English speaker's perspective, that was exactly the kind of profile that would mostly have been hired into spy agencies in the early 20th century, both early to mid 20th century, both in the Second World War and later in the Cold War. You were a super boring, lame person until you found Twitch. Now you're much more exciting, I see. Okay. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. But yeah, now that I think about it, I can't even recall what the peace assignments were to the various characters in the Mario chess set. I mean, presumably Peach was the queen, on one side at least. You translated a text from the magazine Der Spiegel. Yeah, no, I know Der Spiegel. I don't read German, I just, I mean, it is kind of an internationally known publication, so. Philosophical discussion about the existence of God, I see. This is a very mesmerizing shape. It's like a faucet or something, right? Like it's a chomp faucet that the rings on the chomps are kind of like water droplets almost, except this is a very plugged sink. Okay. There we go. And let's prepare the seesaw jump. There we go. Made it very narrowly. Okay, well. It looks like we're in for some jump. And, yeah. No. You read that Kafka, and welcome Seppo, by the way, you read that Kafka can't be translated properly because he often changes the meaning of the sentence at the very end of the sentence. One thing that is very often disputed about Kafka is the translation of the creature that is in the Metamorphosis, which in English is often rendered as a bug or an insect, you know, when Gregor Samsa transforms in bed in the morning, but I don't remember the German word for it in the original text, but it's actually kind of a dispute among translators of whether or not it's specified as a bug. Or rather, it is a bug, but you know, whether it's specified as a particular kind of bug. Where there's this kind of visual presumption in English sometimes that Gregor Samsa becomes some kind of cockroach. But yeah, translation is a fascinating practice. And I mean, I don't do poetic translation myself. I'm just exposed to a lot of people who have an interest in it, and so I've just picked up a lot of this stuff with time. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't claim to be particularly knowledgeable about translation on a first-hand basis. It's just that we often get to discuss that kind of thing a lot off-stream, which, you know, doesn't tend to make its way onto Mario streams because we're usually focused on the level and on the playtesting, but today it's just been a lot of dying to chomps, so. Okay. I mean, there are a lot of disputes, going back to what Seppa was saying about Kafka, like, there are a lot of disputes about what can or can't be translated properly. Because people claim things are untranslatable all the time, right? Like, you have a fairly significant number of people who are scholars in Arabic, for instance, who make the mostly religiously founded claim that the Quran is untranslatable, but, you know, that's not actually a claim about language, that's a claim about religious truth. And but there are some things that are definitely very difficult to transport between languages when it comes to that sort of interplay of form and content. Oh, whoops. And yeah, SD, that's precisely the kind of complication that, you know, makes translation interesting and makes the translator's choices a very conscious artistic decision that, if it's with a living author, it's often done with cooperation with the author. That's translators just wind up having to send the author quite a few questions about what they're trying to do in a particular passage. And also with the nuances of the destination language as well, in terms of, you know, not just the original in terms of preserving the meaning, but also what sounds poetic in a target language. There's a particular story that I'm quite fond of, which is with one of the translators of Italo Calvino from Italian to English. William Weaver, who was the major Calvino translator, and also the major translator of Umberto Eco. He apparently had this kind of back and forth thing with Calvino when translating his work, where for some reason Calvino, you know, had just enough English to really fall in love with the word feedback. And so he would have all these like very poetic contexts where he would constantly be trying to insert the word feedback, and his English translator just had a devil of a time trying to convince him that feedback sounds very much like a technical and scientific term in many contexts in English, rather than as something that is, I guess, of a more romantic character. So, you know, they would be sending drafts of the translation back and forth, and the translator would be finding that the author had just gone back to slipping in the word feedback. And speaking of religious culture translation, in Latin, the Latin in the name of the rose not being translated made things a little difficult for you as a non-Catholic, yeah. I've actually not read The Name of the Rose. I read Foucault's Pendulum ages and ages ago, and found it to be very prescient in a way, because for those who don't know, Foucault's Pendulum is about, you know, people who come up with a kind of cult conspiracy as a publishing prank. But by conducting that prank, they actually create a reality in which all of those secret societies become real. So, essentially, the novel Foucault's Pendulum predicted 4chan. And predicted, you know, QAnon and all that stuff. Like, it's literally ripped from the plot of Foucault's Pendulum in some fairly recognizable ways. Honestly, though, I mean, there's a lot of stuff even not in any way related to translation that I often find totally incomprehensible as a non-Catholic. There's your little morsel of personal information for the day that I find Catholic literature difficult sometimes. Or you know, a lot of the artwork where you kind of need to have a basic literacy in the symbols depicting the various saints, and have to have a taste for hagiography. And some people just kind of innately grow up with that stuff, right? They look at painting and they can kind of identify immediately, okay, these are the artifacts, or these are the props that are associated with this and that saint. Or are from a culture that really celebrates its saints' days and its feast days. But yeah, it's always an interesting challenge, I think, to try to cross cultural barriers like that and read your way into them, even if you do come into them feeling a little under-resourced. Anyway, Toadette's just going to continue getting chomped by this faucet here, see? This is what happens when I don't actually talk about the level. I just wind up staring at the screen for a while and dying to the same thing instead of trying to adjust my tactics, which I think maybe just from streaming this game so much, I've gotten into the habit of beating levels by talking about what I'm going to do on the next attempt. And often not doing it anyway, but I wonder if I even remember how to play this game without talking. Okay. I mean, I know what timing problem I'm having with the center pipe there, but staring at the screen? This isn't a puzzle stream. So, Supernova, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I don't know if you were here long enough to see the underwater escape room that we did last Monday/Tuesday. But, and here's something that I will present next time I attempt that escape room. I think I found a way to beat it that does not require me to solve half the clues in the level. Because I found a way to crack the code in that level using Scrabble skills rather than actually solving the clues. And I do want to show that off in the next puzzle stream, because it's actually kind of, I'm pretty sure my solution works. And it's one of the few times that that skill set has actually proven useful in Mario Maker, which has not been true yet in the opposite direction, and which will be very interesting if Mario Maker skills are finally useful over there. So yeah, for those of you who only ever come in for the main program with the Mario Maker streams that we do in this time slot, I do stream a little bit of online Scrabble during the week. And there has been a little bit of crossover in the viewer base, actually kind of a surprising crossover. I'm sometimes definitely impressed with how many people choose to stick around for that when they have come in and followed this channel specifically for Mario content, and see me bumbling around in a word game all of a sudden. Words that are largely pretty obscure. Okay, go, after the chomp. Finally focusing on the middle chomp long enough to pass it. You looked up Foucault's Pendulum on Audible. There is only an Audible version. Yeah. I've actually never been good with audiobooks, despite being somebody who's, you know, actually talking for hours about Mario Maker and doing a broadcast that can be listened to if you're kind of zoned out and doing your own thing on the other monitor. I've never really been somebody who can absorb information from audiobooks myself. To a limited extent, maybe. I did used to listen to a lot of classic audio dramas and the like. You know, I grew up with a lot of the old stuff from the 1930s to 50s that would get broadcast a lot on radio stations because the copyrights were never actually claimed. So you can find a lot of old radio shows from the 1930s to 50s or so, from the golden age of radio, preserved in online archives and very freely accessible because they were always designed to be temporary content, and the radio stations never expected that anybody would ever want to preserve any of it, right? So they never bothered to register copyrights. And so all of that stuff is just sort of accidentally in the public domain, and so if you ever want to catch up on stuff like Orson Welles' Mercury Theatre, which was responsible for the famous War of the Worlds hoax broadcast of 1939. Yeah, Mang, are there any Mario Course elements that would be legal in Scrabble? I mean, Supernova has named a good number of them. I'm trying to think of any of them that would be a little more obscure. So Goomba, if it's spelled with an H, which is not the Mario spelling, but if you spell it Goombah, there is a meaning of Goomba that is valid in that dictionary. I don't think there's a similar variation of Koopa, but it would be nice if there were. So you can do something with all those O's. Oh, I wish Hop Chop were in there. I still refer to the Super Mario World Galoombas as Goombas, because they were Goombas in the manual, even if they had so little resemblance to the original Mario Goombas. So I still have a habit of doing that in this game, where I don't think of them as Galoombas unless they are the ones that are in the 3D world style. And yeah, SD, when you're playing Scrabble just in person, you know, if you're not one of those really competitive players like I am, people come up with house rules all the time for what they consider acceptable. And that was kind of a branding strategy from one of the manufacturers. So Hasbro controls the rights to Scrabble in half the world, Mattel controls the rights in the other half. And they are, of course, thinking about it mostly as a seasonal family product, where they're completely out of touch with any kind of competitive scene, and so they're always thinking of ways to sell additional variants, like they would sell Monopoly sets and so on. Where they would think, okay, it might be a good idea to sell something like a Rockstar-themed Scrabble, where you get to play the name Mick Jagger, which, you know, you don't actually need to buy a set to do that, but they wanted to market the idea that you could buy Rockstar Scrabble and play names of Rockstars. This was a real thing back in, I think, the 90s or 2000s. But I have opinions about how rights holders like Hasbro managed a game, shall we say. Okay, let's actually wait on this chomp this time. Time these one at a time. Okay, there we go. You see what happens when I actually pay attention? We make progress. We make a little bit of progress. But Mom, Exogro is an item from a video game. I looked over it and I was thinking, huh, okay, it looks like the substring of that is Goro, and so, you know, maybe that's something from Mortal Kombat. Or can be passed off as something from Mortal Kombat. But which mostly just makes me think of the Mortal Koopas level that Ren made for a or YMM or Acousticake. Which I think is still one of the great classics of Mario Maker 2 so far, in terms of levels that people are going to remember for a very, very long time. So, SDGML, you may be kidding about that, but in the International Dictionary that is used in a lot of Scrabble competition, LULZ for lulz is in fact acceptable. It's not in the North American dictionary, but it is in the international one, because apparently only international players are full of lulz. But yeah, it was introduced, I think, in one of the latest revisions. They had a big revision about a year ago, I think, that added a bunch of internet speak. Timing. Let's actually do some timing, shall we? SDGML isn't America International. So... yeah, but by, I mean, I'm just using that terminology as a bit of a shorthand, because basically Hasbro owns the rights to Scrabble in North America, like in the United States and Canada, and Mattel owns it everywhere else. And they have their own dictionary publishing contracts, and therefore their own rule sets, and historically their own competitive circuits, although of course neither of them really do much to fund them from the corporate side. I'm a Supernova. When I see HMS such and such, the first thing I think of is that a name of a ship in Her Majesty's service? But anyway. Yeah, we should actually focus on this level, Luigi. I feel like this level has mostly just been... At about the 3-hour mark in the stream, I was saying how, we only have one Lektor level left to go. I feel like I'm going to finish this really early, and, you know, 1% clear rate, that's going to go down so easily. And then I'll have to pick something else to play just to keep things interesting, but... that tells me that I have in fact been crashing against this level for an hour, which is mostly just from lack of focus. I think it's very mesmerizing to look at, though. SD would work in Scrabble. I don't think it does now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it just comes in eventually, given how much stuff like that is kind of in common currency. Okay. But yeah, I didn't mean to turn this into a, you know, book talk and translation stream halfway through, but that's just how things panned out. In lieu of actually doing anything to clear the level. No, I needed an additional lower bounce to get over to the on switch. Okay. Is sus acceptable in Scrabble? Yes, it is. I can say that for a fact. I don't think it means what it means in Among Us, but the meanings don't matter. The important thing is that it is, in fact, in. I don't remember what it technically means, and unfortunately I don't have the definition bot running right now because I don't run it during Mario Maker. Maybe I should run the definition bot during Mario Maker so Mang can spam all kinds of stuff in chat for you. I don't even need to jump on this chomp. I was not using a strategy that required it. My clear time on this thing is not actually going to be that hideous because most of my problems were pre-checkpoint, but I think clear time on this is going to end up being half an hour or something, even though my actual time is in excess of an hour. There we go. Yeah, I just need to focus on the chomp pattern there. Go a little bit lower. Has to chomp faucet. Imagine yakking and starting over because I wasn't focusing. I don't really need to imagine that. I feel like we've been doing enough of that in reality. SDGML, you're so tired and you need to sleep, but your body doesn't want to. I mean, luckily, somebody runs Mario Maker at this hour precisely to keep you company. But yeah, eventually, unless you really have serious professional obligations in the morning, it's easier to just give in to nocturnality. You end up making much more efficient use of your time that way, I find. Because after a little while, I think, you know, people who are genuinely insomniacs or who have lifestyles that are out of sync with their natural sleep cycle do wind up feeling like they're wasting tons of time just trying to sleep, right? Like, why wouldn't you rather sleep when you are actually ready to sleep? And if that's the case, there's no point in trying to force yourself. You would think that you would have been put to sleep by chomp hypnosis after all the swinging movements in this level, but who knows? I am probably getting tired myself, which is why this level is going the way it is. Okay. Here we are. If I weren't talking about so many interesting things, well, I'm glad you find it interesting. And yeah, I think it's true, Cordial Snail, that having a grind game going on with Twitch is a very efficient use of one's time. To go back to the question from earlier, is yakking a Scrabble word? Yes, it is, but it's very rare that you'll have two Ks because there is only one K in the set, so the other K would have to be a blank. So it is valid in the dictionary, I'm pretty sure. But you will almost never see it. There's a bunch of stuff that's in the dictionary that is actually impossible to play, like pizzazz. I mean, there are a couple of different spellings of pizzazz, but I think there's one with 4 Zs, and you will never play something with 4 Zs, or Zs if you're in America. Because there's only one in a set, plus 2 blanks. Okay, I need to not go fast on the right side of the faucet. You're super nerdy, and when people talk about languages or classical music or whatever, you know, we haven't even begun with classical music. I know you were saying something, SDGML, on one of my previous streams about people being unadventurous with non-tonal music, and I don't remember what that was about, but it was something inspired by Mario Maker that you were commenting on it, and I never actually properly responded to that. And I do concur that Z is the only acceptable pronunciation, although I feel like StarCraft has actually corrupted me on that score, because even in countries that say Z, in StarCraft, when they refer to matchups that involve the Zerg race, the commentators all say Z, including the British and Canadian commentators and European commentators, etc. just for the efficiency of saying, like, PVZ to mean Protoss versus Zerg, or ZVZ to mean Zerg versus Zerg. And so that's the only context in which I say Z rather than Z, is as StarCraft lingo. Luigi the Real Deal is telling me to focus. Luigi the Real Deal, I don't know why you're so invested in this. It's Toadette who's dying over and over. I actually really love Western tonality. I don't think people should be constricted to it, but I think at its highest point of development, it's extremely pleasurable, you know? But I kind of agree with you that, like, it's very easy for people to be overly conservative as listeners. And that there is this very unfortunate reputation for composition that breaks out of tonal systems to be consigned to this very cloistered academic reputation, or just to be, like, broadly classified as world music or something, which is much too broad a brush. But I don't know, SDGML, if you have any particular favorite composers that are beyond tonality. I mean, there's so much to choose from. Whether you're beginning with Schoenberg or moving much later. But I actually really do like Western harmony, though. I think, I mean, I spent a lot of time with Rachmaninoff, right? And just kind of trying to see what's going on with Rachmaninoff, because that's pretty much as far as that line of development goes. And actually, the translation book that I was telling you about earlier, Le Tombeau de Marot, which you will recognize, in fact, if you know classical music, as a pun on Le Tombeau de Couperin by Maurice Ravel. It's... So Douglas Hofstadter is actually one of those people who is very conservative about tonal music. And so, if you do in fact read him on translation, you might find that to be something that's very contentious, because he's somebody who actually never really managed to move past late Romantic harmony. Unpopular opinion, you did enjoy Schoenberg's Pierrot Lunaire. Do you know the Schoenberg's string quartet? I think it's a quartet. Transfigured Night. I think it's relatively early Schoenberg, but I saw it presented a couple of years ago by this student string quartet that decided to just play it on this penthouse performance stage by sunset. So, you know, the audience would just kind of watch the sunset behind the strings as they played thematically appropriate Schoenberg. And it was one of the more memorable experiences with Schoenberg's music, I think. I don't really know Schoenberg well, I have to say. I can kind of do the sort of basic intro explanation of 12th tone to people, but the jazz pianist Bill Evans was briefly really into trying to figure out how to work 12th tone into jazz harmony, and it's kind of an interesting connection there, because, you know, Bill Evans is very commonly just sort of spoken of as being a descendant of the Impressionists instead, that, you know, his approach to what he brought into jazz harmony was much closer to Debussy or Satie in terms of how he was doing, thinking about chord voicings and such. But there was this phase that he had, like sometime in mid-career Bill Evans, when he was really trying to compose 12-tone stuff and make it function in the jazz idiom. And it's less well-known, I think, than some of his earlier trio work. What Quixotic or Quixotic, whichever you prefer, and SDGML are talking about versus what the rest of chat are talking about. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who's having trouble chilling. A lot of you are telling each other to chill, but... Or maybe you're telling me to chill. Luigi Real Deal really wants me to focus, so we'll kind of give Luigi the Real Deal a little bit of focus here. I'm usually not quite this ADD when it comes to playing, but SDGML decided to strike a conversation tonight, so... Or this morning, or... Whether it's lunchtime where you are. I don't know that I've ever seen the Mahler symphonies in performance. I mean, I've gone through them all at least once as a listener. I don't know them that well, but... I've not seen him conduct, no. But... You'll have to tell me more about that, because that does sound like an invigorating experience. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, we finally focused and made it through the faucet one more time. Yeah, Luigi the Real Deal, I have to say I have been kind of on autopilot for a bit, and, as you know. And I was trying to focus on that one. I just completely missed the hitbox. But this is why you sometimes have to get me under control. And you see, this is the kind of thing I couldn't get away with doing during viewer levels, because I would actually be... Not on the clock, because I don't run the clock, but I would have people in queue that I want to get to, and one of the reasons that I don't run a timer in viewer levels is because it would be very unfair to people if attempts on their levels went like attempts on this one, where things go the way they have been. Yeah, I'm still not going low enough to get that second bounce. And I'm having trouble positioning myself to do so, because I think I have to get on top of the last of the third chumps to come out on either side in order to be safe when it's swinging back and forth. Okay. He was an up-and-coming Venezuelan conductor. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't been keeping up enough to know his work. So I will have to follow up on that for sure, SDGML. And... yeah, all of you folks who came in here to see me talk about Mario mechanics and critique Lektor's unique authorial style as an artist. Hopefully we have not been too diverted from that, but... That's okay, I hope this was at least something occasionally interesting. Or at least one of you. Okay, over to faucet. Yeah, tried to make a bit of an adjustment jump for safety on the right side platform, and that was not going. But yeah. I'm just trying to remember the context in which we were talking about, in which you were talking about tonality in terms of Mario design, and because I remember looking at the chat box and finding that really interesting, and I just completely forgot to follow up on it. And now I don't remember what it was you were saying. And you might not either, but... And yeah, thank you for the recommendation. I will definitely follow up on that. Okay. No, it's just one of those things where occasionally somebody will just say something in chat that will give away, in your case, that you're a music person. And sometimes they'll say something that will give away that they, or say a film person, or a literature person, or a Bailey's hot chocolate person. And sometimes that's enough to spark conversation. But okay. Through the faucet. There we go. Luigi the Real Deal, that's how you know you're new to this channel. Because, trust me, one of the reasons that people have stashed so many channel points is because they have already seen me read Shakespeare. Yeah, lots of regulars here have far beyond 2k channel points because I haven't put in any interesting rewards for a while, and haven't updated that in the better part of a year. That's okay, we finally had an idea that might even be viable, which is a haiku reward, but... And then some of you may potentially just spend down your bank like crazy and have me read out an entire stream in haiku by the time you're done with it. So we might have to set some kind of limitation on that. Otherwise I'll just run out of syllables. Yeah, Merchant of Venice is wonderful. I saw a really interesting live production. Sorry to people who wanted to see me talk about the chomps, but I saw a really interesting live production of The Merchant of Venice starring Jonathan Pryce as Shylock a few years ago. I think it was the touring Royal Shakespeare Company production. But that would have been the last time I saw it live. And of course, you know, with The Merchant of Venice, all of the modern productions try to find some kind of original way to work around the Shylock problem. In terms of, you know, drawing attention to the kind of inherent anti-Semitism with which the character is treated. And yeah, Mang only interacts with people who have more than 10k channel points because A, Mang has standards, and B, Mang has access to information about my stream that even I don't. Because that's just how Mang rolls. Okay, through the faucet. I mean, if you ever tried doing this with a real water faucet or fountain in real life, you would know how difficult it is to just kind of like brush your hands underneath and keep them completely dry. That kind of feels like the exercise I'm doing here. I didn't know Supernova that Roru overlapped with my schedule, but maybe I didn't know that because he was formerly streaming at the same time. I'm glad that some of you can make this schedule at all, because this is, I know, a very inconvenient time for most people, and certainly very inconvenient for actually trying to grow to stream, but where I've already kind of reached a bit of a saturation point with people who are interested in Mario Maker content at this hour. And who would rather be here than spamming RRRs in Orator's chat. But yeah, let's see here. Chomp down the faucets. There was that film of The Merchant of Venice with Al Pacino as Shylock that I think was in the mid-2000s. I think that would have been the last film production of it I saw. But if you're interested in chilling and enjoy Mario Maker so it works, hey, we made it. Okay. Now, secondary moment of truth. That was a focused attempt, it was just not a successful one. I cannot believe I've been on this for an hour and a half. It's basically become podcast background material at this point. So, I do know for a fact that in spite of the fact that Lektor doesn't tend to be able to make my streaming schedule anymore, I do know that he catches up on my VODs sometimes when he sees that I've been playing through and stamping likes on some of his other levels. So when he gets to this one, he's kind of in for a treat. So hello, Lektor, and perhaps Lektor Jr. Sorry we did this to your creation. But, can I wait for the next cycle? No. But I can save myself. I feel like I do have to go into first chomp then. I have to watch the timing here. Oh, we got it, we got it. Not going to go for the coins on the left side. And do we have the clear? We have checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 2. And of course, it has to be a chump swing like what we had so much trouble with earlier in the day. This is an over 1% level, or at least was an over 1% level when we started. I think despite somebody who can barely execute a shell jump, I have in fact cleared Kaizo levels faster than this. But of course I haven't tried to clear Kaizo levels while talking about atonal music, so... Or at least not classically Western tonal music. Supernova, I am now, I guess, looking forward to Pendulous Chains when I get to it in my catch-up next time I... do that. And of course, immediately after saying that sentence, I just thought about, like, Mang visualizing me dipping Donkey Mint's levels in a pile of ketchup. A bowl of ketchup. A packet of ketchup. Is noise an acceptable Scrabble word? I don't think it is, but I would have to check. I don't think it is. Okay. Well, hopefully this part doesn't put you to sleep either, because it is kind of set up to do that. This scene, of course, is an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe, The Pit and the Pendulum. Underground hogs go burr, kind of like catapults in that way. I never really noticed that similarity before, but now that you mention it. Whoops. This feels like the boss, though. I think that we're unlikely to get too many segments past this guy. Because the idea is that I just need to alternate on-off switches enough for the stump to fall down the right side and eventually give me the door, so... BRR with 2 Rs and 3 Rs. I don't think it's good with 4 Rs, but I would have to check that to be absolutely sure. Definitely grr with a whole bunch of R's is good. GRR, and also girl, as in GRRRL. If you're looking for words to play that have no vowels. But yeah, very good to know the various valid spellings of burr, in case you're kind of shivering and trembling at the sight of too many R's in your rack. Okay. I also love this level. I think it's fantastic. I'm glad it came last. I'm glad it wasn't something we tried to do earlier in the set that would just stall everything else that came after it. I'm actually kind of happy to have this be the finale level of the stream, given that we were blazing through so much stuff earlier. And like I said, I was thinking at the 3-hour mark, wow, we're going to finish so early, I need to come up with some filler. I just didn't expect to come up with that filler during the level. Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of people in sleep therapy who would advise you not to be doing or consuming anything too stimulating in the hour or so before your planned sleep. I have never, ever followed that advice in my life. And if you're watching this stream, you likely don't follow that advice either. Okay. Well, Luigi, the real deal. I mean, I have been in the zone, I've just been in the wrong kind of zone. Where I've been playing way too much of this level in what resembles a trance state, I guess, or just generally using it as a bit of a conversation piece. SDGML, you have a very unorthodox sleep schedule. Well, do I ever have to stream for you? Same with you, Supernova. Don't even know... no Supernovas from Texas, but in general, I don't know what time zones you're all on. And for that matter, I don't particularly care, because we don't respect time zones here. And we certainly don't respect orthodox sleep patterns. I'm consistently kind of bumping these on-off switches from the side, or at least it looks like it because of the way that the lower state block is ejecting me out the bottom. So it's kind of interesting that if I try to go straight up like that, I don't have enough of that momentum from jumps to get me the extra tiled vertical height that I would need if I am getting horizontally into something, if you know what I mean, from the perspective of Mario jump mechanics. So I was kind of consistently one tile shy of the left side block on the other good attempt. Yeah, I have, I think, permanent associations between sunrise and feeling like I've gotten a good day of work done and am ready to go to sleep. Where it's like, okay, the sun is rising, great. Time to call it. Time to say that we've had a good productive day, and now we can crash. So, I'm glad we draw a like-minded crowd here across multiple time zones and continents, which is particularly impressive that, you know, you all live in different places and yet your sleep schedules are all equally broken, so as to permit you to hang out with our stream here. But yeah, you see, I cannot go straight up. If I go straight up on that location, I do not reach the on-off switch. I do, in fact, need to kind of swing against the chomp. And kind of catch it like that. No, not quite. With a slightly better angle. I do need to kind of catch it in motion. I haven't had a productive day in years, says the person who constantly pushes up against a 100 upload cap and is creating new and frankly rather brilliant levels at an enviable pace. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by productive. If you're talking about Mario Maker, I think it's very difficult to find somebody who's been turning out content like Meng has been turning out content. Which is great for us streamers because it means that you've just been feeding me with stuff. Feeding Supernova as well. Feeding Supernova very well, in fact, if you take the All Meng Festival that was on earlier today into account. So. Almost there. Nope, not almost there. Okay. I'm unfortunately out of stories about word feedback. I only have that one. Gradually, if you kind of entrap me in non-Mario conversations for long enough, you'll realize that I actually just tap into the same pool of material all the time. And there isn't that much of it to go around, although it does cross enough subject matter that I'm sure it'll seem new to a lot of people. Supernova, unfortunately, there is no prize for modesty. I know you mean it genuinely, but there is no prize for modesty. Only points for speedrun levels. Okay. Alright, this is the wrong angle and approach entirely. Okay. Down we go. Nova is very modest, even though he would be completely honest if he were to talk himself a lot. I think you must, either you are sleepy or I am sleepy, because I couldn't quite understand that sentence. But yeah, I also have a very unorthodox approach to sleep, where you see, I don't like having to go to sleep, but I also don't like having to wake from sleep, and so it's something about the 24-hour cycle that doesn't quite work for me, where I'm actually rather envious of the people who work on stuff like controlling Mars rovers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Because they work on Martian time, which is kind of a 30-hour cycle, and they actually adjust their Earth hours around that, and, you know, are nocturnal for part of the week and diurnal for part of it, because they are on the Martian calendar. And I have to say, that sounds like a really great way to work. Sounds much more appropriate to how my physiology is actually adapted, except I have no background in space science whatsoever. I just consume it very casually, so. So would that be the cat supernova or the ketchup nova? Or, I don't know, one of the two. I think the pun only works in writing, which is okay. Anyway, this is increasingly a sleep deprivation club, so. Catsup is when you give your kitties their dinner. Yeah, that works too. But I don't know if the spelling catsup, like C-A-T-S-U-P, is actually supposed to be pronounced catsup, or if people who read it in the regions where that's relevant still pronounce it ketchup. I've never been quite clear on that, and that is, of course, the kind of thing that a dictionary lookup could settle. But I'm not going to do that right at this moment when I'm trying to fight this chomp. At least I'm not dying quite as frequently here. I'm just missing the switch. Okay. I need a better pattern for sure. I need to give it a bit more horizontal distance. Would I feel betrayed if you were to reveal that it's actually 8 PM for you? No, not really. That would just make you Australian, perhaps? You did say your time zone was EST, and I don't know if there's another time zone that's called EST that would be active in Australia or something. Or if Australia is even the relevant country for that time. Maybe it's the wrong time zone entirely. Actually, thinking about it, I feel like it's probably evening hours in South Korea. I know that partly because I watch StarCraft and partly because to the extent that the Mario Maker category gets interest at this hour, it's usually from Korean streamers like Nocturo. Oh, you actually have 2 dogs, okay. I've got to admit, I'm not a dog person at all. I have never particularly gotten along with dogs, but you know, that's, I think, often a matter of early conditioning, like whether you are in an environment where you became comfortable with a particular animal. It's very difficult to find somebody who's truly a first-generation dog owner, I think. Like, they have to come in with some kind of pre-existing comfort, with pets as part of their lifestyle. I'm around a lot of cat people. Hey, we actually unlocked a door. Maybe I even did that on an earlier attempt and just didn't notice, but anyway, here are the chains. We have freed ourselves from bondage. But, perhaps the same cannot be said of Supernova and Mang's BDSM, but we have freed ourselves from the chains of bondage. And will we jump the chomp? Yes, we will. Oh. Wahoo, Luigi, the real deal. Toadette has indeed done it. It's hard being the brother of someone that's, oh, I guess if you are Luigi the real deal, then yeah, I guess if everybody is kind of, having a go at Mario for being dead. Imagine if I had died to the Kaizo as an invisible block back there. No, Lektor doesn't do that to me. He only, we lowered the clear rate non-trivially for a level that I think it started at 1.16 or something. The fact that we took it down by about 0.9 with so many plays and attempts on it is probably not the best trail of evidence. I'm sure I can compare it to the clear rate from earlier in the stream when we were entering this level to see just what a hash we made out of this thing. 45 minutes. Is this a 4YM level? Well, it might be a document level. I mean, you see, Supernova, I never have an accurate reading on how long I take with Tetrateryx's levels in their final form because I tend to playtest for him. And when I playtest, I tend to go super, super slowly. Anyway, that will be it for this stream. Thank you for joining me for so long for the pile of levels that we got through early on and the one level that we spent the last, actually, hour and a half on, about. And yeah, that's going to be it for this session. We are going to be back, once again, as I schedule in, we are going to be back with viewer levels tomorrow and the day after, assuming that nothing comes in to disrupt our regular schedule. It is occasionally possible that things will disrupt our regular schedule, but that hasn't happened lately. And then we will have a couple of other exciting things coming after that. We'll be finishing up some puzzles and starting new puzzles going into next week, as well as some things that are not Mario Maker that I do want to show off at some point, assuming that I can make the time to do it. So if you want more channel points, you can do a number of things. You can follow this stream for an easy boost of, I think, 300 or something. You can join in the raid that we are about to go into, because accompanying me on a raid, I believe, actually earns you a few points. And you can, of course, come back and watch again if you are already following the channel, which, if you're already here, you're likely to be A, loyal, and B, crazy enough to know that none of this is new to. And yeah, I know you already all followed. And of course, I think you get double points for sub or something, but there's absolutely no pressure on anybody to sub. So, thank you once again for joining me for Lektor Fest today. And also for the many parallel conversations earlier. I know I was kind of engaging with SDGML's material much more than with whatever some of you folks were arguing about back there or commenting on. But hey, that's what you get when I don't focus on the stream, and when chat is actually moving along at quite a clip for something that's not a viewer level day, so. Unfortunately, I don't think channel points are vulnerable to something like a short squeeze. But we don't rack up infinite losses here. Anyway, that will be all. I'm going to scan around for a raid very quickly, and I'm going to, of course, thank you all for watching. So, thanks for bearing with everything today. Hope you enjoyed the look and feel of some of the levels, and now you can all get back to farming channel points with your 10 to 20 second speed runs, or whatever else it is that you people like to do for fun. Have a good night. Have a good morning, evening, whatever it is. And I'm glad you enjoyed the end picture, which is actually something I took myself in Super Mario Odyssey. Like most or all of the channel artwork here. And we'll be rating in a moment, but goodbye from my end. Have a great day, have a great tomorrow, and fare thee well.